hot laps. Non-wing, you're up for hot laps. Junior ones, be ready. Junior ones, be ready. Mod flat and 125, start making your way up. Mod flat and 125, start making your way up. Junior ones, you're up next for hot laps. Junior ones, you're up next for hot laps. Mod Outlaws and 125s, be getting ready. Mod Outlaws and 125s, be getting ready. Junior ones, be in the chute and ready for hot laps. Junior ones, be in the chute and be ready for hot laps. 125s and Mod Outlaws, be making your way up. 125s and Mod Outlaws, be making your way up. Mod Flats, go ahead and start getting ready. Mod Flats, go ahead and start getting ready. Non-wings, this is your last call. Last group of non-wings is on the track. Junior ones, you're up next for hot laps. Junior ones, you're up next for hot laps. Mod Outlaws in 125s, you're fixing to go out. Mod Outlaws in 125s, you're fixing to go out. Mod Flats, be making your way up. Mod Flats, be making your way up. Mod Outlaws in 125s, you're up next. Mod Outlaws in 125s, you're up next. Mod Flats, be ready. Mod Flats, be ready. Junior 2 clones, start making your way up. Junior 2 clones, start making your way up. 125s and Mod Flats, you're coming out. 125s and Mod Outlaws, you're coming out. Mod Flats, you're coming up next. Mod Flats, you're coming up next. Junior 2s, be making your way up. Junior 2s, be making your way up. Stock Flat, start getting ready. Stock Flat, start getting ready. Junior 2s, you're coming up next for Hot Laps. Junior 2s, you're coming up next for Hot Laps. Stock Flats, be ready. Stock Flats, be ready. 250 Outlaws, start making your way up for Hot Laps. 250 Outlaws, start making your way up for Hot Laps. All right, guys, a friendly reminder. When you come off the track, go straight off. Do not turn right. We have cords and cables between the announcer's booth and the turn 3 and 4 wall, so please do not drive your carts through that area. It is a walkway area only. Thank you. Stock Flats, you're coming up next. Stock Flats, you're coming up next. 250 Outlaws, be getting ready. 250 Outlaws, be getting ready. Powder Puffs, start getting ready. Powder Puffs, start getting ready. Okay, guys, I've just been told by the man in charge that we will take a 20-minute break after hot laps and after we do our national anthem and invocation. After the national anthem and invocation, we will be taking a 20-minute intermission to rework the track. So please, after the national anthem, do not line up. We will call you up by class. So once again, we're going to take a 20-minute break to rework the track after we do our national anthem. So please do not come up until we call you up. Thank you. $250s, you need to be in the chute for hot laps. $250s, you need to be in the chute for hot laps. Powder Puff, be getting ready. Powder Puff, be getting ready. Junior 3, start getting ready. Junior 3, start getting ready. 250 Outlaws, you're on the track for hot laps. 250 Outlaws, you're on the track for hot laps. Powder Puff, be making your way up. Powder Puff, be making your way up. Junior 3, be getting ready. Junior 3, be getting ready. Powder Puff, be ready. Powder Puff, be ready. Powder Puffs, be ready. Powder Puffs, be ready. Junior threes, be ready. Junior threes, be getting ready. Powder Puffs, be ready. Junior threes, be getting ready. Junior threes, be getting ready. Junior threes, you're coming out. Junior threes, you're coming out. 500, start making your way up. 500, start making your way up. Open 500, start making your way up. Open 500, start making your way up. Open 500. Make your way up for hot laps. Open 500. Make your way up for hot laps. Open 500s. You're coming on for hot laps. Open 500s. You're coming on for hot laps. Open 500. This is your last call for hot laps. Open 500. This is your last call for hot laps. Remember, we are doing a 20-minute break after we do our invocations tonight. We will call you up for your heat race, so do not come up on your own. Once again, do not come up on your own for the heat race. We will call you guys up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our hot lap sessions here at Minco for the Freedom Nationals. I will now turn the microphone over, so please, ladies and gentlemen, please stand, remove your hats, and bow your heads as our good friend Johnny Moore does tonight's invocation for us.
Heavenly Father, we are blessed once again to be here at 81 Raceway to enjoy the life that Jesus Christ died for. God, we live in uncertain times, and during these times we need you to guide us and direct us and protect us, both physically and spiritually, as we endure these times. And Lord, please keep everyone safe here tonight as these drivers prepare to get it on. In Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Please remain standing as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the inaugural Freedom Nationals here in Minco, Oklahoma. We're going to take about a 20-minute break to do a little bit of light track prep. But while we do, I've got a very special guest in the booth. So if we could, cameraman, can you hear me over there? Cameraman, point the camera over here to the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got my friend Neil here. Neil, he does a lot of announcing at the infamous I-44 Raceway. Neil, how does it feel to be here for the inaugural Freedom Nationals here in Minco, Oklahoma?
This is about as exciting as it can get in Oklahoma for racing, isn't it, guys? Kart racing on a Friday night. We're going to do it again Saturday night. And from all over the United States, California, Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma. I mean, everybody's represented here tonight.
Everybody and their mother is here tonight, Neil. But I gotta say, even though we just got through with hot laps, it's already been a crazy night. I've seen two cars upside down already tonight. One of them being the 06 of Briley Kilmer in the 250 division. The other one, the 41 of Anton Hernandez, going upside down in 1 and 2. So now those two cars are going to have to thrash to get ready for this first heat. 2 heats tonight. Passing points, the format. The first heat is lined up based on a pill draw you get when you come in the gate. Second heat is an invert of that draw. So what are you thinking on that one?
I like the invert. I'm not a big fan of the passing points thing because racing myself, I've gotten ripped on that thing, and it just drives me nuts. But it makes it exciting because you're going to line up, you're going to be on the pole in the first race, then you're on the back row for the next one. The only good thing is you've got 2 shots at getting passing points. So when the points add up in your favor, it's great.
If not, it's always a dang shame. I've seen plenty of people go out and win their first heat and go out, have a terrible second heat, and end up on the back row of a B main or even the front row of a C main, depending on just how bad you did in that second heat.
It does make it pretty tough, but the best part about it is, as a spectator, we get to watch all of them fight like crazy to get up to the front again, because everybody wants to go to the front. Nobody wants to go to the back.
No, sir, they do not. And as I said earlier, it's already been crazy. The way the track has gone, I've never seen this track do this. Kirk has been working his tail off to get this thing as perfect as it is. There are some ruts developing, but I have never seen 81 Raceway from all the live streams I've watched. This track has never been on the fence as soon as it has been in hot laps. So it's great to see that we're already getting that top lane driven in, but now they're going out here and they're doing some prep to keep that moisture in the track so we can stay with this top and bottom racing.
The best part of that is we get to see them run the top side. The bad part is that wall sucks you right in. It waits just for that last second you burp the throttle. It pulls that front end up or that back end will kick out just a little bit. They're already up there. Tail tank's against the wall. All you got to get is a little rubber up there and it takes off.
It acts like a magnet sometimes. I've seen a lot of them slap it with the tail tank tonight. I've even seen one of them slap it hard enough to where it yanked the cage receivers out of these things. So essentially these Outlaw carts, for those that don't know, they have 4 points of attachment for the cage and the frame. The cage is on floating springs and they're attached by either a bolt or a very large pin. If you hit a wall hard enough, you can, eventually break that bolt or pin, and it's never a good sign, as Shane Marquez showed us in the 1M just earlier in the 500 hot lap session. He slapped the wall just a little too hard, and as he came into 3 and 4, the rear end just completely came apart.
It just shut down on him. It was pretty wild to see. The best part of that is we're going to have a bunch of laps here tonight. All these carts are going to be running everywhere. Everybody's going to be looking for grip. Everybody's going to be looking for a gap. The flat carts you're probably not going to see up very high, probably about mid-track at the best. The Mod Outlaw, the Mod Flats.
I have high hopes for a very special individual. His name is Mike Engstrom, making his return to a flat cart this weekend. And Mike is not afraid to put it up on the fence in those flat carts.
He going to gear it up and get after it?
Absolutely. He's got one of those mod flat carts, so you can already assume it's going to be a fast racing surface by the time those guys get out there.
If you can see a flat cart run the wall, you're in for a treat, because those things don't handle at all. The back end is all the drive you get. The steering wheel's just a suggestion. It's kind of like a mouse on a computer. You point and click and hope.
Pretty much. I've seen the back end setup of those flat carts. There's not a lot of adjustment back there as compared to these cage carts. The cage carts, you can adjust the axle forward and back, up and down with the height. A lot of these flat carts, they don't even have up and down adjustment. Nonetheless, back to forth adjustment.
They're all rigid axles, so it's kind of fun. They're just bolted in with bearings. It makes it a lot of fun. You can change a gear, you can change some air pressure, but you're not going to get that thing where it's perfect. They just don't. Flat carts are not built for people that don't want to have excitement.
Oh, no. Most definitely. I got to say, though, I'm kind of disappointed. I was kind of hoping to see another flat cart class here tonight, and that is the Run What You Brung division. We have this class back down in Texas. We run this at Cam Cartway all the time, and you have guys show up with all kinds of motors. That is basically the name of the class. You run what you brung. I've seen guys show up with big bore Predator motors all the way up to 450 Honda dirt bike engines.
Up in Enid over the winter at Christmas when Kip had his race up there indoors at the Enid Speedway, 650 on the back of a flat cart.
No thank you, sir. No thank you at all. I will pass that up. They can have all that they want. That is not going to be me in that thing. No thank. We'll see you next time.
The driver of that cart was 67 years old, and it was his birthday.
Oh, good
I went
Lord.
down and just to see this thing, because I thought there's no way. This is a joke. He put a 650 on a flat cart, and the funniest part of it is he was winning the race when he saw the axle in half, because the chain drive, the hub on the back on the axle of the chain, literally sawed the axle in half.
Well, that just goes to show you that's way too much horsepower for something that small. I've seen some pretty gnarly 252 strokes on these flat carts before. Never have I ever seen a 650. That is a little too much motor for anybody.
The only good thing about that is he was definitely planting the right rear, because he had all, when that car rotated into the corner, it was amazing to watch. The whole front end would come up and he would just stay in the gas. I was shocked.
My word, that's insane. And those flat carts already have enough trouble getting planted on the ground. They don't flex like these outlaw carts do. I mean, heck, these outlaw carts, especially the 500 class, if they plant that thing just right, that front end kicks up and rears up like a bucking bronco, and it's like trying to fight, you know, Rocky Balboa for about 12 rounds, just trying to keep it down on the track.
Well, the best part about them, the cage carts like that, the 500, the 250s, even your junior 3s, a lot of those chassis are designed to flex. They want that crossover weight to move over. When they go in the corner and set that tire, they want that front end to flex over where it pushes that rear tire in the dirt, so they can get the drive off as much as getting in the corners with them.
Oh, absolutely. I myself have an outlaw cart. I have an outlaw 500 sitting at home. The frame that I'm on is actually a stiffer built chassis. And this is, you know, this is kind of a little bit of tidbit information for all you big guys out there like me. Those 1.25" 09 frames that QRC and ROK and everybody else that makes that, even Ignite, I'm pretty sure Kevin Scher over there is making some of those 1.25" 09 frames, 09.5 frames. They were built for the big guys because us big guys have so much weight. We put too much flex into those 083 1.25".
Well, the best part about it is that 250 and 500 class lets you and me go out there and race with that 100-pound 12-year-old.
Well, I don't know about you, Neil. You kind of on the seasoning side a little bit, my friend. I don't know if you'd make it 1 or 2 laps out in those 500s. They are a handful.
I haven't tried a 500 yet. I've wanted to. I don't have the guts for it. I was doing good to get my 212 Predator moving on my flat cart, and I don't think I'm man enough.
It definitely takes a different breed of person to be able to strap into a 500 Outlaw. Those things, we've seen how intense they went into the corners, how much reaction time it takes to get into the corner, out of the corner, down the straightaway, into the next corner. You know, it's a split second. You basically react. You don't think, you just react.
I've had people laugh. You drive a go-kart? Yes. But you don't understand what driving a go-kart means out here on dirt when they're like this. Everything happens so fast, so quick, even in the 212 stock flat. Everything happens quickly. Those cars react real fast, and it doesn't matter if you're big or small. Them things plant down and they go nuts, and you just have to hang on.
Pretty much. I mean, but and I understand where you're coming from, because I was made fun of in high school for racing, because everybody's like, oh, you race, you turn left all the time? And I'm like, yeah, I turn left, and then I occasionally turn right too, you know, to drive the freaking race car. Nobody understands how hard it is to race these things and how much effort it takes to wheel an open 500 around the racing surface. Even the 250 Outlaws and the 125s. I've seen kids go out there, they're cool as a cucumber as they go out on the track. Coming off the track, their moms and dads almost have to carry them out of the car because they're so wore out.
If you watch them, you'll see them flexing their arms when they get out, when the caution comes out. And you'll watch them move their arms around and stuff. It's all because they've squeezed so hard on that steering wheel that the muscles in their forearms and in their upper arm does not get any blood flow. They just try like mad, and it's like anything else. When you get out there, the adrenaline pump, the excitement, and you're lined up against another kid, you don't know if you can trust him going side by side or not in the corner. Then all of a sudden your brain disengages and you get into that fight or flight type atmosphere. And I got news for you. I don't see any of these drivers of these carts in any class looking for the flight. They're all in the fight.
Absolutely. Speaking of the fight, I don't know if you were here for the drivers meeting, but there's a cool little bit of tidbit information that's been going around ever since this year's Chili Bowl came out with the new rule. If you're going to fight, it's going to be on the front straightaway. Kirk and all of the guys here have said If you fight, you're doing it on the front straightaway. If not, you're out of here.
Well, we got to control it somehow, and the best part about it is if they're on the track, the crew's all back here. The crew can't do anything. If the drivers are going to go out there and beat and bang on each other and they're going to get mad, let them settle it right out there in the fence and let them do it in the oval and have fun.
I say they do it hockey style. First dude to hit the ground is the loser.
There you go. That works for me. I don't know if you're watching this or not. They're sitting here putting water down and driving this around. Do you see how smooth this is getting?
Oh, it's getting pristine out there. It's, earlier was a little on the rough side going into 1 and 2, and some of those drivers would catch that rut, and it kind of upset their carts a little bit. But now Kirk has just got this thing looking pretty dang good right now.
Well, we were out here last night for practice. My daughter's driving the Junior 3 class. She come out last night, and I got to watching how her car was going on the track, bouncing and stuff like that. There was absolutely no bounce in her cart. They had all the bumps knocked out. Everything was really smooth. Right down in the bottom of the track, you'll notice it's a little flat right here at the apex. If a driver gets on that, you're going to see that driver get real happy because his hands are going to start moving real quick because that cart's going to upset, and it's not going to be rotated anymore. It's not going to be loaded up, and it's going to just uncurl right there on them, and that's where we're going to get it. And you got that curb on the inside, and I've already seen 3 carts tonight lip that thing, and it pulled the front tire off the ground for them on the inside.
Yes, sir, they have. And I tell you what, I like the way this track is set up. Like you mentioned with the flat bottom, with these 500 guys putting it on the fence, that is more than enough room to see some nasty slide jobs here tonight.
I have a feeling we're going to see some dirty, dirty sliders come out of this thing. The best part of it is the crossover.
Absolutely. You cannot have a slider battle without some nice crossovers. I tell you what, I've seen some real good racing. I'll tell you, there's a dude that is like, he's an old man. He's not your old, but he's about in his 40s. His name is Brian Harris. This dude, when he gets in a 500, I don't care where he's at. He doesn't care. He don't care where he's at. 5th place, first place. This dude will throw a haymaker and not touch anybody.
I tell you what, some of the best sliders I've ever seen have been thrown halfway down the straightaway. I got into last Saturday night in our A Class A feature over there at I-44. We had 20 laps of 3 cars throwing sliders on each other for the lead. And you talk about mean. One of them was thrown from halfway down the back straightaway. The dude rotated the car, hit the bottom of turn 3, and when he came out on the top of 4, I don't know how in the world he didn't go to the concession stand. But he stayed on the track, but when he crossed back over down the front straightaway, he threw another one going into 1.
It's all about that top run speed that you get off the top side of the exit of the corners. When you slide up, that dude has the run on the top, and all they have to do is basically run down the hill. And when you run down the hill, that's where all the momentum is.
Well, they don't realize how much speed you scrub off. When you set that thing up to hit that bottom and slide to the fence and try to make them tag that brake just enough to let you have it. But if that guy on top's not going to give an inch, it's going to get fun. The bad part is there's contact.
And that's where the good racing comes in. As they have said in the past, rubbing is racing. But my question is when does rubbing become not racing?
When you start slamming cars. If you start running into a guy on purpose, that's when it really becomes, it's not fun anymore. Now, if we're out there running side by side and I go underneath you going into turn 3 and you run around the top of me going, you cut back underneath me and you use that momentum to get me on turn 4, that is awesome. So we rub tires a little bit. When we get out of the car, we're going to be high-fiving each other and trying to crack a beer open as fast as we can.
And that's what it should be all about. There's been all kinds of stuff where, there's been fights because of, hey, you threw a dirty slider on me, and it wasn't actually a dirty slider. It was actually a clean slider. That's how much emotion goes into it.
Now you got to split hairs because where does it become dirty? Because I went underneath you and made you tag that brake, it makes you mad. But at the same time, I got to be ready for you to kiss my bumper and let me know that you wasn't happy about that, and I'm fixing to get one on the other end.
Absolutely. You know, and the thing is, you know, the way I see it, if you hit the guy with just your bumper, you make a little contact, nothing too much, you know, you rub and you continue on, that's clean racing to me. It's when you go in there and you absolutely door check somebody and take their spot, that's where we start having problems in racing.
Yeah, but that's when you hear the argument, 8 tires are better than 4 trying to get through a corner.
Well, speaking of 8 tires, looks like we're getting cars on the track. This is your Sportsman 500 first heat. Young Guns, make your way to the staging lane. Young Guns, make your way to the staging lane. Well, Neil, I hope you're ready. This is the first race of the night. This is our 35 and over Sportsman division. Starting lineup looks like this on the pole from Athens, Texas in the 00. It's going to be Brian Harris, who's outside in the 06 from Goldsby, Oklahoma. It's going to be John Kilmer, who's outside in the 2L from Choctaw, row 2 on the inside from Choctaw, Oklahoma in the 32. That is Kite Gates. 2's outside from Yukon, Oklahoma in the 2L. It's going to be Lee Schritter. Row 3 on the inside in the 61. It's going to be Chad Riley from Yukon, Oklahoma. And 2's outside in the 777 from Mustang, Oklahoma, Johnny Moore. All right, lineup is good. Lights go out. Brian Harris, John Kilmer, that is your front row. Kite Gates and Lee Schritter, row 2. Row 3, it's going to be Riley and Moore. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Harris on the bottom. Kilmer on the top side. Kilmer crosses him over down into 3 and 4. Harris to the inside for the lead. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Kilmer back to the inside. 3 wide, going into 3 and 4. Kilmer slides up in front of Harris for the lead. 3 wide again, going down the back straightaway. Harris tries to throw a slider on Kilmer. Kilmer charges back around on the outside. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Kilmer leading the way. Harris on the bottom. He'll throw a slider. Kilmer pinches him off down into 3 and 4. Down the back straightaway they go. Harris looking to the inside again. Kilmer's going to shut the door on him as they go out of turn 4. Down into 1 and 2. Kilmer takes the lead. Harris puts it on the fence down the back straightaway. Harris tags the fence. He'll lose a lot of ground to Kilmer. Kite Gates looking to the inside for third for the second spot. White flag is in the air for Kilmer. Coming out of turn 4, John Kilmer will take the first Sportsman heat race win. Young Guns, we need you in the chute. Young Guns, we need you in the chute. Non-wing, be making your way up. Non-wing, be making your way up. Junior 1, start getting ready. Junior 1, start getting ready. Well, Neil, I got to say, for our first heat of the night, that was a little eventful. Not as eventful as it was in hot laps, but this is a green racetrack, so it's probably going to take a little bit for the racing surface to come back in.
Yeah, but I haven't seen a racetrack yet that 3 wide was advisable on lap number 2.
No, sir, it was insane. Coming up next is our Young Gun Beginner Division. Looks like we've got 3 entries in tonight's event. Your starting lineup will look like this. From Manola, Kansas in the 57, it's going to be Taze and Brunson. Two's outside in the 48L from Van Alstyne, Texas, and it's going to be Liam Hoskins. Your final starter from Choctaw, Oklahoma in the 11E, it's going to be Easton Shive. You know, Neil, I'm kind of disappointed in this one. This one, only 3, but, you know, this is the next generation of drivers here. These are the young guns, the beginners, the new guys on the block, you know.
Well, they're 4-year-olds. I mean, you know, come on, this is going to be a lot of fun. These guys don't have the quick reactions that we think of when they talk about, you know, drivers coming out in karts and stuff. So we absolutely have a good time.
Non-wings, be making your way up. Non-wings, be making your way up.
The best part about it is that's where the fun begins, because they don't know where the throttle's at. They don't know where the brake's at. They just know to go forward.
Go fast and turn left. That is the motive for your beginners. Young guns are on the track. Up next, non-wing outlaws. Non-wing outlaws, make your way up. Non-wing outlaws, make your way up. Junior ones, be getting ready. Junior ones, be getting ready. Mod Outlaws in 125, start getting ready. Mod Outlaw 125, start getting ready. Green flag is in the air. Liam Hoskins out to the early lead in the 48L. Brunson running second in the 57. You know, Neil, I got to say, I love the Young Gun class because you get all kinds of cars from various manufacturers, and then you get car brands that you've never even seen before.
Well, this right here looks like a quarter midget on that 57. It's kind of set up for a little different. They had to take the springs and stuff off the quarter midget to make it a rigid axle. Then you've got your, look like your opens and your QRCs and your rocks and the other two. But that, you got to remember, that was an old style right there, like a good gambler chassis back in the 80s. Those things are fast when they're set up correctly. The bad part of it is when you take the shocks off of them, there's no setup.
No, there is not. And that 57 in hot laps earlier took a ride over the berms, and that thing looked like it was on a teeter-totter as it was bouncing all over the place.
I don't think those old chassis like that are ever happy anyway, because they really didn't have the technology. You'll see on that 48L right there, you'll see that front wheel castered in a little bit. That 57 straight up on all 4 corners.
Yes, sir. And speaking of the 48L, Liam Hoskins has taken the checkered flag for your Young Gun Beginner heat race. Caution has come out, but the checkers have flown here at 81. I believe it'll go Hoskins, followed by the 11E of Shive, and then the 57 of Brunson. Non-wing, first heat. We need you in the chute now. Non-wing, first heat. We need you in the chute. Non-wing first heat, you're fixing to come out. Non-wing first heat, you're fixing to come out. Now, Neil, this one coming up is going to be a absolute treat. This is one of my favorite divisions to watch. This is the non-wing outlaw division. This class features no weight rule, no tire rule, and not only that, but we've got 250s versus 500s in this one.
Yeah, but people don't realize just because you've got a big motor, it doesn't always get to the ground. The best part about the 250s, they've got as much torque on the bottom end as they do on the top end with the 500s. So, can you go slower to go faster?
Yes, sir, I believe so. It's definitely a very fun class to watch as we're waiting for our non-wing guys to get lined up. I believe I heard that the 75 of Deacon McRoberts is having to change an engine right now, so he may be a scratch. So now all we're waiting for is the 711 of Race Foster, the 01K of Kilmer, the 41 of Hernandez, and the 51K of Harris.
Sounds like somebody's got one running back here. That's a 75 of McRoberts. They've got the engine running in that thing. They've already got that thing changed.
And it looks like we've got the 01, or it looks like we got the 51 and the 1K coming out onto the track. We're still waiting for the rest of our non-wing 500 and 250 first heat. Looks like coming out onto the track is going to be the 51K of Case Harris, the 01K of Briley Kilmer. Now we're just waiting on Race Foster in the 711 and the 75 of Deacon McRoberts and the 41 of Anton Hernandez.
What a lot of people don't understand, they see the wings on these other cars. These cars have no downforce on them now. They have to set them up a little bit different. They need to put little less air in the tires, a little bit more caster in the front end, but they've got to drive them a little bit different. They can't get off in the corners deep as they can with that wing. That wing corkscrews that axle into the ground and gives them more bite. Where these cars right here, they're on top of the dirt. They're going to fly. They're just going to slide more than they're going to do anything else.
And it looks like we have 3 make the calls so far. Hernandez went upside down in his 500 hot lap session, so I don't think he's going to make it for this first heat for your non-wing division. And the 75 of McRoberts was replacing a motor. I don't know if they're going to make it to the track in time. We'll have to just kind of wait and see what happens.
They've got him in the seat back here. They're trying to get him belted in. They're trying to let him off the stand. I'm watching right out the back of the press box up here. They're getting him buttoned in. They might be trying to make it. Lights are out, though.
Lights are out, and I don't think they're going to make it. Kilmer on the front row. To her outside, it's going to be Foster in the 711. Harris behind him in the 51K. Green flag is out. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Down the back straightaway. Kilmer with the advantage. Foster running second. Foster goes around. Harris stalls it out too, and that'll draw out a caution. So this raises the question, did we get a lap in?
I don't know if we got a complete lap in or not on that one. I do assume we got one because they came around, took the green, and automatically the 51 goes straight to the top, trying to make that top side work. Kilmer right in the middle, right above the flat spot on the
Oh, hey, look, coming out onto the track. I have to wait and see what the officials say, but it looks like McRoberts coming out onto the racing surface. A very late entry for the 75 car.
Looks like they're going to go to an original restart, so we might not have got one in.
I have to wait and see what happens. And it does not look like that 75 is going to bust off, which is probably a good thing anyway, because I just heard over the radio that we did get a lap in. So even if Roberts tried to make an effort here, it'd be all for naught. This would be just seat time for that 75.
Yeah, but once you get one upside down like that, you really want to get out there and let it roll, see what happens, see if it's got the yaw set right, make sure the front end's cabered in, and then make sure that axle's not bent.
Well, with that being said, green flag back in the air. Harris slides up in front of Foster for the second spot. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Kilmer protects the bottom. Harris puts it on the lip down the back straightaway. Harris throws a haymaker into 1 and 2. He gets it to the side of Kilmer. Kilmer slides up. Harris back around on the outside. Foster over the berm in 3 and 4. Harris into the wall. He loses the spot to Kilmer. Now he's going to throw it back in there on the bottom. And Harris loops it around. Harris looped it around. We had a heck of a race going on between the 51 and the 1K. But Harris loops it around, runs straight out of talent, and Kilmer is running away with this one. White flag is out for Briley Kilmer as we got one spun around in turns 3 and 4. We stay green. Kilmer will take the checkered flag.
Just like we were talking about earlier, when you throw those haymakers in there, it either works or it doesn't work, and the 51 got bitten by the haymaker.
He did. He was running hard, but kind of got into the side of Kilmer a little too much for anybody's liking. But unfortunately for him, he steps on it coming into 3 and 4, loops it around, and loses the lead. If I were him, I would have just let the car stall out and let the caution come out, but then again, that would have been his second caution because he got tangled up in the first one. So we'll have to wait and see. Lina coming out onto the track now, your second non-wing 500 250 heat race. Junior ones being the shoot. Junior ones being the shoot. Mod Outlaws in 125s be making your way up. Mod Outlaws in 125s be making your way up. Mod Flats, start getting ready. Mod Flats, start getting ready. So your second non-wing heat race lineup looks like this. On the pole from Azle, Texas, it's going to be the 7 of James Addison. 2's outside in the 6K from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's going to be Case Piper. Your final starter in the 2J from Yukon, Oklahoma. It's going to be Jerry Schritter. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Addison slides up to the top side in the 7. Piper to the point in the 6K. Addison sideways out of 3 and 4. He's going to lose the spot to the 2J of Schritter. Oh, and Addison loops it around. He'll keep it running. Oh, but he stalls it out. Caution comes out.
I get to watch Case Piper run his 21C over at I-44 in his micro. This little guy right here will amaze you. He is not afraid to put that right rear right up there on your Nerf bar and make you think about your next move, because it's either the wall or you're gone. It's one of the two, but that boy knows how to drive that car. And it doesn't matter if it's got big tires on it, little tires on it. He only knows one speed.
I've seen Piper race a lot of times in the past. I've competed against him in the non-wing division myself. Piper's one heck of a racer. Now we go double foul on this restart. Schritter will go to the outside of Piper. Piper on the bottom. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Piper leads him back into 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4, Piper stands on the loud pedal. Green flag is in the air. Piper with the advantage going into 1 and 2. Schritter falls back to second. Addison all over his back bumper as they go down into 3 and 4. Piper leading the way in the 6K. White flag is in the air. Schritter too far back to make anything happen as they go down into 3 and 4. Piper rolls the bottom. Out of turn 4, Piper will see the checkered flag.
That's probably one of the most beautiful things you'll ever hear, the way he was rolling out of the throttle going in and hammering on it coming out. It just makes that motor just growl at you.
Yes, sir, it does. Just heard over the radio, it sounds like they're going to do a little bit of light watering to bring the moisture back up. Track is really starting to dry out. We'll have to wait and see what goes on throughout the night.
Well, the best part is it's still warm. We've got a lot of humidity in the air. We've got a slight breeze. So it's really not going to dry it out. What's drying it out is the tire spin coming off of these things. It's insane.
Yeah, especially for the 500 two-strokes. Those things are real temperamental about breaking loose in the rear end and burning the tires off because unlike a 450, those 500 two-strokes, it's either on or it's off.
Well, you'll notice the signs on the fence say stay back 5 feet. That's for insurance. The bad thing about it is if you're closer than 5 feet when these 500s come around the corner, you're going to be covered in dirt because they're going to come up and sling every bit of that loose stuff right out here with us.
Absolutely. Earlier tonight during hot laps, I thought I felt a piece or two peg me in the chest, so I absolutely believe it.
It wasn't just a piece or two. There was a bunch of it being thrown up here in the box with us, and we're back at least 20 feet.
At least. I mean, it's insane how much power comes out of those 500s and 450s.
Well, you think about it. They're sitting there, that chain drive coming off, there's what, 11, 12 tooth? And it goes back to a gear that might be around a 58 to a 65 tooth gear. And that's a 50 chain, and that thing is mean, and they tilt that engine up right there to where they get that drive off that chain, and it puts a lot of torque on that rear axle.
It absolutely does, and sometimes if you have too much torque, I've seen them do it, too much torque will actually pull those axles and bend them towards the motor, right between the motor and the sprocket. I mean, it's absolutely possible because of how much torque some of these motors are putting out.
What you like to watch for is the brakes when they start getting worn, and later in the A features when it's going to be the best, you get to see the sparks start shooting off the back end of these things when them guys get on that brakes. You wouldn't think that they brake as hard as they do, but some of them literally plant the foot on that brake pedal, lock it up, just to get that car to rotate over in that corner because everything, like I said earlier, it happens so fast out there, you just don't know what to expect. And when this track starts taking rubber, you better hang on because the grip factor is going to go up at least 10, if not 11.
With as many cars that are here and as many of these guys that are not afraid to put it on the fence, you kind of have to wonder if there's going to be rubber starting to develop right against that fence over in the corners.
Oh, if it does, you're going to see a bunch of very happy 500 and 250 drivers because they are going to be able to get grip all the way around the top side. And when that happens, then the other factor comes in. You get the vacuum effect. That cushion right up against the wall, when that air gets crushed, it tries to push the car down on the backside using those side panels. Then you start getting that vacuum effect. Then they got to drive away from the wall. And if they're too wide, it's going to be contact.
Absolutely. Plus, you got to think, there is not a very large margin of error for these guys, especially going into the corners. They have to kind of slide the corner just a little bit. It's the terminology I've heard it's called a short slider into the corner. And basically what you do is you come off the fence about a lane and then you slide up to the apex, tap the wall, and then drive off the corner.
Yeah, but that's where it gets fun because if you don't time that just right, it eats that right rear tire, and then it starts deflating the air out of it. What it does is it pulls that sidewall down, squeezes that rim a little bit, and it'll develop a leak. Then once that tire starts losing air pressure, because some of these guys are coming out with only 6 and 8 pounds of pressure, because they know that when they do a 15-lap race, they're going to build up about 10 pounds, and that's about where they want it. So they want maximum at maximum heat. But when it starts developing a leak, it gets hot, it starts building it up, but they're only getting 5 and 6 pounds. Then they get a flat. Then they plant it in the dirt.
Well, you also got to think, though, If the track doesn't take rubber, then the heat effect really doesn't come into play because friction is built between the rubber of the tire and the rubber that's being laid on the track. If there's no rubber to be laid down, then those tires really aren't heating up as fast as they should, and it may take longer for the setup to come in. But if you don't have a long run, then your tires get hot, then they get cold, then they get hot. It's a teeter-totter effect.
Well, that heat cycle on them tires makes them hard. Then they don't get into the dirt. They even some of these classes allow tire prep. The tire prep makes that rubber nice and soft so they grip real easy. But on that 50 Hoosier that a lot of them are running on that in the 500 and 250s, that thing's not soft at all. It's like throwing a brick on a brick.
50 is the hardest compound that is sold by Burris and Hoosier, and those things, they are nothing to play around with. I've seen guys run 10s on the left rear. I've seen them run 20s and 30s. But when you get up in the West Coast, I've heard they even allow open tires on the right rear, so they don't have to worry about that as much as we do down here with the tire rule the way it is. You know, you have to have the 50 on the right rear, and without that, extra grip, that 50, you really have to start playing more towards adjusting the car setup-wise than it is, just adjusting tire pressure.
Yeah, but you'll watch because the argument's always been who's softer, Burris or Hoosier.
I'm going to have to say Burris is probably a softer brand than Hoosier is.
It does. At times it is, and if you over-prep them, you'll melt a tire down. I've seen several go-karts, they come off the track, and that inside tire is just smoked off because they prepped it way too much, and they just peel the hide off that thing.
They do. And like I said, even the Burris 50 compared to the Hoosier D55, the D55 Hoosier is a really hard tire. It's got a really hard soft or sidewall compared to the Burris tire, which has a very soft sidewall.
Yeah, but what a lot of people don't understand, when you say a soft sidewall, that lets that tire flex and spread out when they go into the corner. That Hoosier doesn't do that. It stands up. So if you put a 12x9 on there, all you're getting is that 9-inch wide tire on the ground. That Burris 9-inch tire will spread out to about 10 inches. And you got another, it doesn't sound like much, but 1 inch more rubber on the ground is a lot more fun to play with than just 9 inches on there.
Right, but you also got to think of the fact that a Burris tire wears out a lot quicker than a Hoosier tire does. So what happens when you go out onto a racetrack that's black and rubber down? If it were me, I'd be putting that D55 Hoosier on the right rear.
Yeah, but that comes into play with your sponsors and everything, because if you got an extra brand new tire, you're putting a new tire on every time. But you got little guys like most of us out here in the pits, we don't have that sponsor. We don't have that extra money to spend on those $90 tires. And you try to make them last as long as you can. I preferably like the Hoosier on the right rear because it gives you that sidewall to bend off of. And if you hit the wall, doesn't flex that rim near as bad.
No, sir, it doesn't. As much fun as it's been talking about tires with you, my friend, it is time for your Junior 1 Clone first heat race. Your starting lineup will look like this. On the pole from Wichita Falls, Texas in the A8, it's going to be Adler Moore to his outside. In the 22K from how in the world do you say that? Pocasset, is that has? Pocasset.
Pocasset, Oklahoma, right
Pocasset,
down the road,
Oklahoma.
right here about 8-10 miles down the road.
Well, that person is Cooper Kluver. In the 22K, row 2 on the inside in the 7D from Rogers, Arkansas, it's going to be Gemma Dimmitt. To her outside in the X2 from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's going to be Emma Chitwood. Your final starter in the $11 from Malcaster, Oklahoma, it's going to be Stetson Bryant. Lineup is good. Pace quad pulls to the infield. Green flag is in the air. Moore with the advantage going into 1 and 2. Kluver slips back into second. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Dimmitt up to third in the 7D. Kluver slides high out of turns 1 and 2. That opens the door up for Dimmitt, and as we got one sliding through the infield, that is the 11 of Bryant. They'll keep it straight. We stay green, but Dimmitt has made her way up to the second spot in the 7D. Bryant battling with Kluver for the third spot. They make contact. Bryant goes around and turns 1 and 2, but the white flag is in the air. Moore down the back straightaway in the A8 into 3. Coming out of turn 4, Adler Moore from Wichita Falls, Texas takes your first Junior 1 Clone Heat Race win. Whoa, and we've got one throwing it all the way from down under. What in the world was that?
I am not real sure what we just witnessed right there. That was amazing. That right there also is a good example of the points. Dimmitt in that 7D moving up from the second or third row, making her passing points. That's going to put her at the top of the board when she gets into that second heat.
Well, scheduled to come out next is your Junior 1 Clone second heat. While we wait for them to come out, we need our Mod Outlaws and our 125s to start making their way up if they have not already. We also need our Mod Flats to be ready as well. We need our Junior 2s to start making their way up. While we have a break in the conversation, Neil, we want to take a second and thank all the sponsors that I have been given for this weekend. We've got all kinds of lap sponsors for these 500s and 250s. We got Drewski Motorsports. We got M-Light Race Fuel Stop, Pro Kart, AJ Gill, Billboard Supply, Cummins Collision, Outlaw Motorsports, Frank Shedden Photography. These are all people that have sponsored laps in the 250 Outlaw division.
Now they're paying $20 a lap for the A feature in the 250s and $40 a lap to lead in the 500s, if I read that correctly.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now tonight we're just running heat races. We're going to run a straight up heat race on the pill draw. Then we're going to do an inverted race, and that's going to set us up for our B's, C's, and A's tomorrow.
Actually, we're going to be running a qualifier that will set up the starting order for the A feature. If you do not transfer out of the qualifier to the A feature, you go straight into a B and a C mate.
That's where the fun will begin.
26 cars in your 500 division. I guarantee you it's going to be one heck of a night tonight.
Well, the best part about B features is everybody has to win it because they're only taking usually the top 2-3 cars out of a B feature.
Well, we'll talk more about it here in a second as the green flag flies. Ezel in the 88E leading the way. Allier falling back to second in the 14C. We've got another 7D1. That is another Dimmitt car. That is Jules Dimmitt running second, battling with the 45 of Weston Hicks from Choctaw, Oklahoma. White flag is out for the 88E of Lincoln Ezel into 3 and 4. He'll slide underneath the lap car. Checkered flag flies. Scheduled to come up next, your Mod Outlaw and 125 division.
Did you hear that noise going around the corners on that race? Tires are starting to chirp. That's going to put some rubber down eventually as we go through the night.
Out on the track now, your 125/Mod Outlaw division. Lineup looks like this. On the front row, it's going to be a pair of Morgans from Maisie, Kansas. On the front row in the 15E, it's going to be Eli Morgan to his outside. His older sister in the 07A, that is Avery Morgan. Row 2 on the inside from Hobart, Oklahoma in the 711. That is going to be Racy J. Foster. To her outside in the 711X, that's going to be Race Foster. Your final starter in the 70K, it's going to be Henry Rogers from Cement, Oklahoma. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air. Eli Morgan out to the early lead. Back in second. Avery Morgan running consistent. Now she's under pressure from the 711. That is, I believe, Racy J. Foster. Oh no, that is the 711 of Race Foster. Racy J. pulling to the infield. She'll call it a heat race. White flag is out for Morgan in the 15E. Coming out of turn 4, the caution will come out. And it looks like we are going to double up right here. Avery Morgan to the outside of her younger brother, Eli Morgan. Rogers and Foster behind them in row 2. It looks like it's going to be a green-white checkered finish. I'll have to wait and see what flags get thrown. It looks like maybe both of them. It's going to be the green and white together. Lights are out. Eli Morgan, Avery Morgan at 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. Green and white flag into 1 and 2. Eli Morgan with the advantage down at 3 and 4. He'll protect the bottom. Coming out of turn 4, Eli Morgan will take the heat race win. Avery Morgan will take second with Rogers rounding out your top 3. Mod Flats, you're up next. Mod Flats, you're up next. Junior 2, be making your way up. Junior 2, be making your way up. Stock Flat, be getting ready. Stock Flat, be getting ready. Coming out onto the track next, your Mod Flat division. Lineup looks like this on the pole from Rome, Texas in the 61. It's going to be Mike Engstrom. Two's outside. From Edmond, Oklahoma in the 16, it's going to be Nicole Terry. Row 2 on the inside from Juan, Oklahoma in the 75C. It's going to be Chance Monday. Two's outside from Hutchinson, Kansas in the 7K. It's going to be Kenneth Sacha. Row 3 on the inside in the 82. It's going to be Grant Williams. And two's outside in the 03. It's going to be Josiah Robinson. And it looks like we have one pull to the infield. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Sacha goes to the outside of Engstrom. Green flag is in the air. Engstrom leads them down into 1 and 2. Engstrom slides up. He'll hang on to the lead down into 3 and 4. Engstrom with the lead on lap number 1. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Robinson in the 03. Trying to go for a 2-for-1 special as he moves up to the second spot. Monday in the 75C finds her way up to third under heavy pressure from the 82 of Grant Williams. Williams moves up to the third spot. Mike Engstrom leading the way in the 61. Robinson running second. White flags in the air for the 61 of Mike Engstrom. Into 3, coming out of turn 4, Mike Engstrom from Rome, Texas takes the heat race win in your first Mod Flat heat race division.
You almost got your dream come true. That 7 car was running the wall in a Mod Flat.
Coming up next, your Mod Flat second heat race. Lineup looks like this on the pole in the 6 from Shawnee, Oklahoma. It's going to be 10 Haslam. 2's outside in the 3D from Chectoka, Oklahoma. It's going to be Vance LaRue. Row 2 on the inside from Hutchinson, Kansas in the 14. It's going to be Don Dellinger. 2's outside in the 9 from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's going to be Micah Quiver. I'm out of time. Green flag is in the air. Oh, and we've got cars getting stuffed into the outside wall in turns 1 and 2. That is the 3D of LaRue getting stuffed into the outside wall. So Haslam and Quiver will be on your front row. Lineup is good. Lights go out. Haslam and Quiver lead them into 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4, green flag is in the air. Contact between Quiver and Haslam. Haslam, as they go down into 1 and 2. We got cars 3 wide down into 3 and 4. LaRue looking to the inside, trying to take the 4th spot down into 3 and 4 to the inside of the 23X. That is Halen Williams. Oh, and LaRue moves Williams out of the way, and here comes the 14. That is DeLinger. As we got bumping and grinding down into 3 and 4, and we got one turned around. LaRue turns DeLinger around. Well, that one was wild. Well, it looks like we're going to do a little bit of track prep before we start this next round of heat races. Looks like up next we've got our Junior 2 clone heat races. So we got Junior 2 clone, stock flat, 250 powder puff, Junior 3s and opens remaining for our first round tonight of heat races. We still have one more round to go through, and it's been pretty eventful so far.
Best part of the night, you get the the flat carts out there, and they're always fun to watch. Every one of them guys are so aggressive, it's insane.
Plus, those flat cart guys, they have all kinds of prep on those tires. They'll actually help with this track setup. They'll actually help it dry out just a little bit and help it for those 500s whenever they get ready to go up to the top side.
What I like about the flat carts is you're going to see a mixture of tread tires versus slicks. And the slicks are going to come in later in the night. The tread guys have got an advantage right now, and if they put water down just before the race, the slick guys always have issues.
Yeah, I can understand that. Slicks versus treads, it is very easy to get outgunned on those kinds of situations. You're basically spinning the wheel at this point, guessing what's going to happen, and by the time it's happened, it's already too late to change everything.
Yeah, it's pot luck. When you put them slicks on, you are praying the water truck stays on the infield, and they don't care that there's a little bit of dust coming off of it. The best part about this track, just like in Shawnee, they keep just enough moisture in it that you don't have a lot of dust. If you notice some of your best racing, you don't have dust flying in the air. That makes it more fun for the spectators and for the drivers.
Oh, absolutely. I love seeing a racetrack that slicks off and goes from bottom to top with all kinds of sliders and rim burners and all kinds of stuff to be seen.
kind of looks like they're pretty happy with the top side. They're bringing it down on the bottom, putting that water down.
Well, there is rubber starting to develop on the bottom side, and I talked to Kirk this week, and he doesn't want this track to eat tires up because of the situation that's going on with the tire game. He is going to try to keep this track as green and as slick as he can because he really doesn't want to see everybody blowing through their sets of tires this weekend.
Well, that makes sense with Hoosier and everybody having all the issues of being able to build tires, because something about the compounds that they use in the rubber they can't get anymore, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. We had trailer on top of trailer at every racetrack that had every size, every degree of tire you wanted, and they had them just all over the place. Now you can't hardly find a good Hoosier anywhere.
Well, not only that, but I don't know if you've been keeping up with that new non-wing outlaw series for the World of Outlaws, but man, I've seen guys just completely shred a brand new Hoosier right rear and it end up costing them an entire race.
Well, Robert Ballou did it last year at the end of the season. He blistered a tire completely apart. It only had 7 inches of rubber left on it. The rest of it was down to the liner.
Well, I'm not just talking about blistering a tire. I mean, the tires have become so misproduced or something that they've actually started coming apart in chunks. I've seen chunks of the tire getting ripped off, and all you see is the cord underneath it. I mean, just follow any of the non-wing World of Outlaws guys. Even some of the World of Outlaws guys in the 410 sprints are having this trouble. So my question is what in the world is going on with the tires right now? And are they really being made to the high quality standard that they've been made in the past at?
Well, it makes you wonder that, or does it make you wonder if the chassis manufacturers have figured out how to get more power down, and they're making it flex and making more adjustments on that right rear to where they can smoke it coming out of the corner and stuff with all that power?
Maybe, but you also got to think, even if they don't, I've got a race used tire from Paul McMahon when he came down to Texas one night. That tire still has at least a few good nights of race left in it. Brand new before they ran the feature. He gave it to me, brand new race used right rear tire, and it still had all kinds of tread left on it. And the track they raced on went black from bottom to top. So I don't know. I think there's something going on in Hoosiers manufacturing that's really causing some issues with these guys.
Well, you've heard that the compound that they use, the mixture of chemicals to get that rubber where they want it, they've been having trouble getting it started since just before COVID. So they couldn't get all the compounds that they needed to mix together. And you wonder what one little compound's doing. This might be what's happening.
Maybe they're using a very diluted version of their compound, and maybe it's not enough to keep those tires together, and those tires just not going to be able to hang on as much as they used to in the past.
Well, you'll notice you hear more about Hoosier than you do Goodyear, and there's American Racer's another tire that they use in the bigger sprint cars and stuff like that. But they're not even making tires right now at American Racer, and Goodyear has not produced a really good tire for dirt in a long time until NASCAR started putting their cars on dirt. Then they started reworking the process, but it makes you wonder, did Hoosier get a little comfortable and not start, like you said, diluting it down a little bit, trying to save on some of that stuff?
Well, bringing up the NASCAR stuff, I love watching the Cup cars race on dirt at Bristol. I think it's a really good way for the sport to change. And, it's really nice to see that happen, because dirt racing is the groundstone of everything. It's where you start your racing career at for most of these guys. And for NASCAR to finally realize that there is a bigger following in the dirt racing that they thought there was is just amazing. That Bristol dirt race was probably the best race NASCAR has ever put on, in my personal opinion. And, they didn't have many tire failures or none of that. But I got to say, I'm very disappointed with NASCAR with the new body style and the new tire style that they have. That single lug wheel, I hate it. I absolutely hate it, because I've seen more tires fall off of NASCARs this season than I have seen in the past 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, but you've got guys that have been used to hitting 5 lug nuts forever. Now they're just having to hit 1, and they're not getting that gun all the way down. I just got a text message from one of our tech guys that I know real well. He said the reason the new tires are doing this is because of an artificial rubber tire from 2 to 3 years ago from Hoosier. With all natural tire rubber, they can't get natural rubber anymore. They're having a shortage on the natural rubber, so these companies are having to go to artificial chemical rubber to try to get the compound, and it's not as durable as it was.
That explains a lot. I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with that because those tires have to be able to last an entire race for these guys. If not, then they're basically whizzing away dollar signs every time they step out onto a racing surface.
Well, you figure the rubber just alone on the go-karts are $90 a piece to $120. So you know that big 98W that they're putting on them 410s, that sucker is at least $250, $300 a tire. So with that kind of money, if I'm only going to get 10 laps out of a tire, what am I going to do in a 20-lap A feature?
Exactly. You can't really do anything.
And on dirt, they don't give you the privilege of making a pit stop to change tires like that. Even though it's a lot faster, you just can't do it. We got cars coming out on the track.
Yep, and this is our Junior 2 clone division right here. Scheduled to come up next, our stock flat division. So we need all of our stock flat guys to be making their way up. Right now, starting lineup for your first Junior 2 clone heat race looks like this. From Covington, Oklahoma on the pole in the 25, it's going to be Don Choate to his outside. The 7D from Rogers, Arkansas, it's going to be Jimma Dimmitt. Row 2 on the inside from... Man, you Oklahoma guys have some weird named cities, I swear.
You got to remember, we're all Indians around here. Are you looking at Tahlequah, Oklahoma?
Yeah, Tahlequah, Oklahoma is where the 18 of Weston Ward resides. I honestly do not know how you guys come up with these names. Y'all just put them in a randomizer and come up with them, or what?
No. We drink a lot here in Oklahoma, so you got to just take advantage of it, and we make up things as we go along.
Well, we've got Wyatt Baum from Pauls Valley, Oklahoma in the 8L. We got Jet Kluver to the inside in row 3 in the 80K. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Oh, we've got all kinds of stuff in the air going on. Choate in the 25 leading the way. Baum running second in the 8L as we got cars running up the fence and back down. We stay green. Oh, Neil, check this out. The 88E of Lincoln Ezel starts dead last. He's already up to 4th, and he's working on 3rd as they go down the front straightaway.
That young man can wheel that car around. I don't think he's got a scrap of fear in that body. He just drives that thing. And if you watch him, he goes wherever they ain't.
Wyatt Baum to the inside for the lead of Choate's 25. Choate slips back to 2nd. Oh, and Ezel, he gets into the left rear of the 18 of Ward. White flag is in the air. Coming out of turn 4, Wyatt Baum will take the heat race win. Choate will take 2nd with Ward rounding out your top 3.
That's a perfect example of how this points thing's going to work out when you start getting into your qualifiers and your A feature lineup for tomorrow. With him coming all the way from the back, getting a point for every car he passed to get where he got to. A couple of more cars would have put him on the top of the points.
Now, Wyatt Baum in the 8L actually started 4th, and he won that one, so you can only imagine how many points he's going to get from this one.
Well, it's definitely going to be a fun putting the math together when you start sitting down and looking at this, because they use the ASCS feature points to set their heats up for the next one.
And Wyatt Baum going from 4th to the lead in the win, you got to imagine he's already got to have the highest point tally so far in your Junior 2 clone division.
The best part of it is when he comes out in that heat race for the next one, he's going to be inverted, so that's going to put him towards the back. How many cars can he get around? Is traffic going to let him through? Or are they going to drive them things as wide as they can and keep him back there?
We'll have to wait and see what happens, but up next is our second Junior 2 Clone Heat Race. Hey, Neil, you in the mood for some Sonic tonight?
Everybody's in the mood for Sonic in Oklahoma.
I love how some of these cars look, man. I swear, they look great.
But if you got to have some fun, you're watching 11 of Gentry Shive right there and the 4C of Bo Cheatham. You better hang on to your pants because this one is going to be a riot. And then you're going to throw the 7 out there with them. These three have raced against each other since they were in diapers. They're going to have a blast. And don't forget that 2L back there. That car's quick too.
Yes, it is. But this is our first Junior 2 Clone Heat Race, or second Junior 2 Clone Heat Race. Gentry Shive from Choctaw, Oklahoma will be your pole sitter. To the outside, scheduled to be, was the 46 of Cambry Brown from Salina, Texas, but she will not make the call. So that will move the 7 of Bo Cheatham from Muskogee, or excuse me, that will move Rylan Graff from Mustang, Oklahoma up to the outside pole. Cheatham inside row 2. And Schroeder to the outside of row 2. Green flag is in the air. Graff to the point in the 7 car. Shy falling back to second in the 11. Cheatham all over the back bumper. Shy does go down into 1 and 2. Pulling away is the 7 of Graff.
If Cheatham ever makes that move stick, it's going to be amazing to watch him get
we got
underneath it.
contact in the middle of 3 and 4. Cheatham able to hang on, but Schroeder losing a spot.
Are you watching that black 11 come out of the back of the pack? Already up to 4th.
Cheatham is really working on the back bumper, a Shy for the 2nd spot. White flag is in the air for Graff in the 7. Down into 1 and 2. Graff with the lead, and whoa, what a very clean pass by the 4C of Cheatham. Checkered flag flies. Graff is your winner. Cheatham with the last lap pass for 2nd. And I believe Shive will hang on for the 3rd spot.
Now, I told you if that ever worked, it was going to be amazing, didn't I? He stuck it on the bottom. He rotated that car over and got that thing to drive down in there.
Yes, sir. You were right. I shouldn't have doubted you.
That's the fun part of watching these young ones. They don't have a clue that it's not supposed to go there.
I think the best part about watching these kids race is seeing their moms go crazy in the grandstands when they make the pass for the win or make a pass for, a top spot. The moms are absolutely hilarious to watch sometimes because they just lose their freaking minds.
Yeah, but if you haven't ever watch a parent of one of these kids. They drive the car harder than the kid does. That's what makes it all the fun, because you watch mom over there, dad's just studying the car. Mom's over there, hands in the air, waving around like she has got a clue, and she is cheering them on and screaming and driving the car harder than the kid will.
Well, on the track now is our stock flat division. 250 Outlaws, be making your way up. 250 Outlaws, be making your way up. Nicole Terry on the pole in the 66X. To her outside, it's going to be Davis from Mustang, Oklahoma in the 01. Lineup is good. Lights are out. 3 wide as they go down into 1 and 2. We got major contact. It is a parking lot in turns 1 and 2. Caution is out.
Wow. What car was that got through the middle?
I have no idea. They
That
all
was
pretty
the
much stopped them and whenever I was watching them.
That was the 14B, went 3 wide as they crossed the line over here in turn number 4. Right through the middle, threaded the needle and was getting away. And then when they got to turn 1, it just blew up.
The wheels have fallen off, and it was a parking lot over there in turns 1 and 2.
Nicole Terry took a pretty good shot. So did that 11 car down there that's still sitting facing backwards. That's the other fun part of watching flat carts. The drivers over there working on the engine as they're going down the front straightaway, trying to get the chain right back in it. Not happening sometimes. Sometimes it does. Sometimes I can even start them reaching over from the driver's seat.
But it does not look like Terry's going to be able to make it happen. They'll get pushed to the infield. And it looks like we're going to go back to an original restart.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they just took the green and got into turn one, and then they all went to the wall in two.
Yeah, and it was all pretty heavy contact. But that's one thing about these flat carts. Those composite bodies that they run, they are very durable versus these, carbon or fiberglass hoods that these outlaw carts run.
Yeah, and then the frames on these things are pretty durable. You can flip them over and they still stay in contact.
Green flag is in the air. Kite Gates around on the outside. He'll shut the door down into 1 and 2. Gates up to the point as we got one hard into the outside wall in turns 1 and 2, but we stay green. We've got cars scattered all over the place for this stock flat heat race. Gates leads the way, but Daniels in the 14B all over his back bumpers. They go down into 3 and 4. Daniels trying to stick a nose to the inside. Gates shuts the door down the front straightaway. White flag is out. Down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Kite Gates protects the bottom. Ball, and it's going to be a drag race to the line, but Gates is going to hang on. Daniels almost took one at the line, but Gates had a better run off the corner.
You could see Daniel setting him up all the way down the straightaways, trying to get that inside when they came off that corner. Just couldn't get it done and then ran out of laps.
Up next, your stock flat second heat race. Then it will be our 250 Outlaw division. 250 Outlaws, be making your way up. 250 Outlaws, be making your way up. Powder Puff, be getting ready. Powder Puff, be getting ready. Junior 3, start getting ready. Junior 3, start getting ready.
I was looking out the window over here at this next heat race. This one's going to be stacked. It's going to be a lot more fun than the first one.
I believe it. Your starting lineup looks like this. Todd Hand on the pole from Moore, Oklahoma in the 33 to his outside from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's going to be Richie Harvey in the 5E. Row 2 on the inside in the 22J from Hennessy, Oklahoma. It's going to be Sheldon Sturgill. To his outside in the 03, it's going to be Josiah Robinson. Lineup is good. Lights are set to go out. Into 3 and 4 they go. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Hand with the advantage down into 1 and 2. He'll slide up and take the lead down into 3 and 4. Harvey in the 5E slips back to second. Sturgill under pressure for the third spot in the 22J. We've got contact. Sturgill pulls it to the infield.
when he lost power, that stacked up the 03, brought him up, got the 20 right up behind him.
I bet you a chain came off on that one. The way he lost power, it looked like either the chain came off or he completely lost power. Oh, as we got one around in turns 3 and 4, and that is gonna bring out the caution as the white flag was waving.
Now the danger for Hand in that 33. He's got Richie Harvey right on his bumper. Richie Harvey's a very patient driver. He likes to get up on the back end of you and take advantage of starts.
We'll just have to wait and see what they do here. I don't remember if stock flats are going to be doing the double file restart, as it looks like we got one slow over in turns 1 and 2.
Driver checking out the chain and the clutch over there.
And it looks like it may be a night for that one.
These chains on these things are very temperamental. If you don't get them set just right, they'll slap just enough to jump on that tooth on that front, on that clutch. Then it pops off because it just derails it from all the way around.
Especially those open carts. If you jump a chain off of that 500, you basically have to put it on the nose to get it up in the air. I don't know how it works, but I've seen it all the way from Red Bluff, California. Those dudes out there, they'll stick them on the nose and they'll pop the chain right back on.
Yeah, but if they don't have that chain protector on there, when that chain comes flying off, believe it or not, even these Predators that they're running on these carts right here, that chain is moving at 7,000 RPMs.
So it looks like we're going to get the green and white together. Todd Hand leading the entire heat race. Harvey running second on the outside. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Is Harvey going to be able to send it down into 1 and 2 and get the run off the top and take the win? We'll find out as we go into 3 and 4. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Down the back straightaway. Hand with the lead, and it looks like the 28, or excuse me, the 20 Reed is going to steal second. So how about that one? That start actually hurt Harvey more than it helped him. Harvey looked like he did not get a good launch, and by the time they got to 1 and 2, he was not able to get down to the bottom and lost second as they came back around for the checkered.
Yeah, he definitely lost some points on that getting into the next heat race there. But the bad thing is you had some top running cars drop out real fast with issues. So that just, Harvey got credit for them not coming up and passing him and stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how this points thing plays out, because it's always interesting when you get into a 2-day event like this.
Oh, absolutely. But I hope you're ready to kick it into high gear, because we've got our 250 Outlaws up next. We've got 3 heats scheduled for your 250s tonight. First Outlaw 250 heat race. It'll look like this. On the pole from Enid, Oklahoma in the 28, Low Rider Lewis Alcorn. To her outside from Van Alstyne, Texas in the 48L, it's going to be Logan Hoskins. Row 2 on the inside from Piedmont, Oklahoma in the 86R, it's going to be Rylan Biggs. To his outside from Salina, Texas in the 95, it's going to be Beckett Brown. Row 3 on the inside from Amarillo, Texas in the 75X is going to be Ace Bledsoe. Your final starter for From Burke Burnett, Texas in the A7, it's going to be Addy Both.
Interesting because it's loaded from the top to the bottom. Everybody in this race is fast.
Green flag is in the air. We've got a car. Oh, we've got contact on the front straightaway. That is Alcorn falling all the way back to the 5th place. Biggs running, taking the point in the 86X, or the 86J. Bledsoe running second in the 75. Battle picking up for the 3rd spot between Hoskins and the 15E of Eli Morgan. Morgan all over the back bumper of Hoskins as they go down into 1 and 2. Hoskins on the bottom. Morgan tries to run the middle. Down into 3 and 4. White flag is in the air for Biggs in the 86J. Coming out of turn 4, Biggs will see the checkered flag. Bledsoe will take second, with Hoskins rounding out your top 3. Well, Neil, it looks like we had a little bit of a confusion. So the 95 There's two of the exact same car, of the exact same number, of the exact same style. And that is never going to be good. So we were supposed to see the 95 of Beckett Brown in the first heat. This is the 95X of Jonathan Padano. That's why the 95X is running a second time out there.
That does make it confusing. If you'll notice, a lot of these teams have got the same color schemes. I was noticing earlier the 41 out there on the outside pole has a twin. But if you look, this one's the white 41. The other one is the black 41. So they've swapped the colors a little bit to kind of help us out, tell which one's which. But still at the same time, you just glance out there and you see the same color schemes. It gets a little confusing.
It does, but your lineup looks like this. Your front row, you've got Deacon McRoberts and Rylan Shera on your front row. Shera all the way from California in that 41 car. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag is not going to fly.
They warned them in the drivers' meeting. They wanted them side by side, nose to nose. When they get to these lines over here in turn number 4, right there is a perfect example. One car had a slight advantage. They called it back.
And it looks like there's a little bit of confusion on what the starting lineup's going to be here.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, in the drivers' meeting, they said if one car jumps, they're going to move that car back. So it looks like they're enforcing that on, moving the 95 up to the front row. But you still got some confusion. They're still trying to go 3 wide.
And well, it looks like they're going to swap your front and second rows. So Shera and McRoberts are going to go back to row 2. Padano, and it looks like Rogers is going to go up to the outside of row number 1.
I hate to play favorites, but I sure am a big fan of that 17M. That is Miss Terry, and she's a driver. She's starting to come on in this class. Don't be surprised if you see her move from the back.
Well, and it looks like they didn't switch the entire front row. It looks like they only swapped the second, the third, and the leader. Padano and Shera lead them down into 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Shera sticks it on the top side. Padano back to the point in the 95. Shera throws it in on the bottom. Padano slides up. Here comes Shera back to the inside. Padano tries to cross him over. He gets in the left rear. Shera hanging on to the lead down into 3 and 4. McRoberts in third in the 75. Working on the back bumper of Padano's. They go down into 1 and 2. Shera looking to the outside of Rogers to put him a lap down. Rogers pulls it to the infield. He'll call it a night as we got one sideways off of 4. And that's going to be Smallwood in the 23X. And that is going to draw out a caution.
I don't know if you was watching that battle for second back there, but McRoberts is wearing that guy out, trying to get around him, looking to the top, running half a lane up, half a lane down, looking for any advantage he can get to try to get around him.
Well, Sheriff's pretty much had this one wrapped up from the get-go. Padano in the 95 trying to make something happen, but he has got a mirror full of that 75 of Deacon McRoberts. Now they're going to double it up right here. So let's see if the 95 can time this perfectly. Sheriff's going to select the bottom.
I have a feeling this is going to be a fist fight all the way to the end.
Either way, line it is going. Lights are out. Green flag is back in the air.
Sorry about that over here in the pit side. We were just screaming at y'all with a buzz. But we think we've got it fixed now.
Well, we've got one more 250 Outlaw heat race, and this one sure is probably is going to pack a punch on this one. Okay, I have no idea what was going on with our wired setup, but hopefully it's fixed. Our final 250 heat race underway. Avery Morgan with the advantage down into 1 and 2. Rose Biggs up to second as we got one spun around in 1 and 2. That is the 23S of Grayson Simmons. Now we'll draw out another caution for this 250 Outlaw heat race. Lineup is good. And still a bad start on that one. Biggs with a huge jump. That's going to hurt both Biggs and the 07A of Morgan, possibly. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. And it looks like the pace squad is going to be brought out. And it looks like they're going to swap the 7D of Jace Dimmitt with the 2M of Biggs. So it's going to go Morgan, Dimmitt, Stone, Biggs, Zoolander, and Simmons in the 23Ets. So lineup is good. Lights are set to go out. Morgan leads them down into 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Side by side for second, down into 1 and 2. Morgan slides up. We got 3 wide down the back straightaway. Zoolander up to second in the double deuce 22. Zoolander up to third in the 22. Now he's going to go try and track down the 70 of Jay Dimmitt, but he's got a rear view mirror full of the 2M of Rose Biggs. And just as I say that, Dimmitt, Zoolander pulls away in the 22. Powder Puff, be ready. Powder Puff, be ready. Powder Puff, be ready. Powder Puff, be ready. Junior 3, start coming up. Junior 3, start coming up. We've got one through the infield in 3 and 4. The white flag is out for Avery Morgan, and Morgan just stuffed the 23S of Simmons into the outside straightaway wall. So Simmons will get put to the infield. We'll double up. Morgan still leading the way in the 07A. Dimmitt in the 7D will go to the outside. Lineup is good. Lights are set to go out. Morgan leading the majority of this one. Dimmitt to the outside. Can Jace Dimmitt make something happen on the top side? Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Zoolander to the inside of Dimmitt for the second spot. Down the back straightaway. Coming out of turn 4. White flag is out for Morgan in the 07A. Down the back straightaway, Morgan. She's clean through 3 and 4. She's going to see the checkered flag. Avery Morgan with the heat race win, but how about the 22 of Landon Zoolander? Starting dead last and going to second in this one. Powder Puff. Powder Puff, you're coming out. Powder Puff, you're coming out. Oh, and it looks like I am one heat short up here. That one's on me, guys. I thought we had all of our heat races done for our 250s, but it looks like we've got one more to go. Your starting lineup looks like this from Fort Still, Oklahoma on the pole. It's going to be the 1J of Jordan Drewski. From Waukomis, Oklahoma in the 6J on the outside of Drewski's one, it's going to be Jayton Goldman. From Goldsby, Oklahoma inside row 2 in the 06, it's going to be Briley Kilmer. And to her outside in the 44 from Mansfield, Texas, from Wapello, IA, it's going to be Adriana Timmerman. Green flag is in the air. Drewski with the advantage over Goldman. Goldman slips back to second. Now he's going to stick a nose to the inside of Drewski's one. Goldman trying to stick his nose to the inside of Drewski's 1J. Throw a blanket over first through fourth right now. Mason Hill running fourth in the 36M. Briley Kilmer putting the 01 wing on top after going upside down in the heat race in the hot laps. Goldman all over the back bumper. White flag is in the air for Jordan Drewski as we got one spun around in turn 4. That is the 44 of Timmerman. What? Oh. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Drewski leads Goldman into 3 and 4. Goldman with a pretty good start on the top side. Down into 1 and 2. Goldman slides in front for the lead. Drewski falling back to second. Now she's under heavy pressure from the 36 Emma Hill. But Jayton Goldman gonna steal one from Drewski on the last restart for your last 250 heat race for this first round. Powder Puff, you're up next. Powder Puff, you're up next. Junior threes, be ready. Junior threes, be ready. Out on the track is your Powder Puff division. This division is made up of all female drivers. We've got Nicole Terry on the pole in the 66. We got Chelsea Davis to her outside, Kristen Bradley, and Amy Reed, your final starter. Green flag in the air. Out front, Terry leads the way in the 66X. Checker flag will fly. Junior 3 Clones, you're up next. Junior 3 Clones, you're up next. Junior 3 Clones, you're up next. Open 500, start getting ready. Open 500, start getting ready. I know how to say chickashay.
That's my daughter. C4.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's your mom. That's why she remembered it's C4. Only her second start.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of light track prep. Moisture really starting to come out of the track, so Kirk's going to try to put it back in. Hopefully by the 500s, they'll be able to put it back to the top side. All right, after an extended track maintenance period, we are ready to go with your Junior 3 Clone first heat. Lineup looks like this. On the pole from Covington, Oklahoma in the 25, it's going to be Don Choate. To his outside. In the 2 from Wacomas, Oklahoma, it's going to be Layan Costello. Row 2 on the inside from Choctaw, Oklahoma in the 11G. It's going to be Gentry Shive, and to his outside, the 01K of Kelby Fetters. Row 3 on the inside from Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, the 8L of Wyatt Baum. Your final starter in the X2 from Ilufa, Oklahoma, Kane Matlock. 500 Outlaws, be making your way to the chute. 500 Outlaws, be making your way to the chute. Green flag in the air. Choate leading the way as we got cars going almost 4 wide down the back straightaway. Choate hanging on to the lead. Costello running second in the 2s. We got 2 almost hooked together down into 1 and 2. Fetters in the 01 looking to the inside of Costello for the second spot. Costello tried to shut the door, but Fetters kicks the door down. He'll move up to second in the 01. White flag in the air for Choate in the 25. Down the back straightaway. Fetters slowly closing the gap, but Choate is going to hang on for the win. Fetters falling to not able to get it done with only a few laps after getting around Costello in the 2. Costello will round out your top 3, though. Set to come out onto the track next. Your second Junior 3 Clone heat race. Lineup looks like this. On the pole, it's going to be the 45 from Choctaw, Oklahoma. It's going to be Weston Hicks. Rhodes to his outside in the 18 from Tahlequah, Oklahoma. It's going to be Weston Ward. Rhodes on the inside from Dean, Texas. It's the E45 of Ethan Lott. To his outside from Enid, Oklahoma in the O99A. It's going to be Abe Burkholder. Row 3 on the inside from Chickasha, Oklahoma, the C4 of K. Lee Martin. Your final starter in the 22K, it's going to be from the 22K from Blanchard, Oklahoma. It's going to be Kevin Harvey. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Hicks leads them down in a 3 and 4. Ward to the outside. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Ward with the advantage down into 1 and 2. He'll shut the door on Hicks's 45. Hicks slides up. Lott looking to the inside for the second spot. White flag is out for Ward in the 18. Coming out of turn 4, Ward's 18 will see the checkered flag. Hicks will take second in the 18, or excuse me, the 45. And Lott in the E45 will take third. Track now, your open 500 first heat. Your lineup looks like this. From Mustang, Oklahoma, the 23K of Jordan Kluver. To his outside in the 01 from Athens, Texas, it's going to be Kamikaze Case Harris. Row 2 on the inside from Oscar, Oklahoma in the $5, it's going to be Emily Lowry. To her outside in the 01T from Yukon. From Oklahoma, it's going to be Tatum Bonstead. Row 3 on the inside from Bells, Texas in the 1M. It's going to be Shane Marquez. And to his outside, the 20B from Burke Burnett, Texas, it's going to be Chase Boff. From Kilgore, Texas, your final starters, Cade Taylor. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Harris with the advantage down into 1 and 2. He'll shut the door on Kluver. Kluver slips back to second. Lowry up to third in the $5 as they go down into 1 and 2. Now Cade Taylor up to third in the 1K. Taylor puts it on the fence. Lowry on the bottom. 2x2s. They go down into 3 and 4. Lowry slides up. She'll use Taylor up as they go down into 1 and 2. Oh, and Taylor gets into it with Bonstead as they go down into 1 and 2. So they're gonna get them. They're gonna get them separated out. And it sounds like Taylor in the 1K is going to get a warning for aggressive driving. No DQs as of yet, but Taylor will get a warning. So Harris is going to choose the top side. Kluver goes to the bottom. So Harris will pick the top side. Kluver goes to the inside. Behind him, it's going to be Lowry and Marquez in the 1M. Boff and Bonstead make up row 3. Kate Taylor going all the way to the tail end of the field. Lineup is good. Lights are out this time by. Harris leads them down into 3 and 4. Out of turn 4, Harris fires off. Green flag in the air. Harris with the advantage down into 3 and 4. Marquez up on the top side. He's all over the back bumper of Kluver as they go down into 1 and 2. Larry sliding up in front of Marquez, but Marquez not going to give it up easy. He's going to put it back on the fence in 3 and 4. 2 by 2 down into 1 and 2. Kluver on the bottom, looking to the inside of Harris. Harris shuts the door as they go down into 3 and 4. Wide flag is in the air. Lowry gets it to the side of Kluver. Marquez goes around on the outside. He'll shut the door on both of them. Lowry moves her way up to third, but Case Harris will take the win. And from what I'm hearing over the radio, oh, this isn't going to be good. Lowry getting in some trouble with race officials. I think. Oh, this ain't gonna be good. I think I just heard. If I heard correctly, I think the $5 just got DQ'd.
They were
For
told in the
aggressive
driver's
behavior.
meeting. They were told in the driver's meeting there would be no hand gestures, no any indication or any retaliation before, after, or during flags. So if that's the case, everybody had forewarned. We all heard it in the driver's meeting.
And you always got to remember, they never catch the first guy. They always catch the second guy.
That is very true. You throw one in on somebody, they come back and get you back. It's like nobody saw that first bump, but the second one is always seen.
Well, this ought to be interesting for the second round of heat races between Kluver and Lowry's $5. Lowry already getting into it with Kate Taylor as they raced earlier in the heat, but now Lowry's got to worry about not only the 1K of Taylor, but the 23K of Jordan Kluver now.
And people don't realize drivers have a very long memory. It may not be tonight, it may be not next week, it may be a time after that I get you back. But don't doubt that it won't happen.
Well, you've got to respect the officials for sticking to their guns. They said absolutely no retaliation. If you're going to fight, you're going to get out and do it on the front straightaway.
Yeah, but the best part about it, you know, tempers flare. You feel like you were done dirty. You want to retaliate. So, got to let some of it ride, but they did tell us that there was a jet that it was not going to happen.
Well, your lineup looks like this. On the pole from Anderson, California, it's the 41B of Brian Hebert. To his outside from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's going to be Brayson Hand. Row 2 on the inside. From Athens, Texas, it's going to be the one of Austin Harrison. To his outside, the 7X. From Farmville, Louisiana, it's going to be Thornton Patterson. Chad Riley, Tyler Hendrick, and Peyton Palazzo make up your final 3 starters. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air. Hubert with the advantage down into 1 and 2. He'll lead them down the back straightaway. Austin Harris slides up for second in front of Hands 01B. Hubert's going to put it on the fence in 3 and 4. Harris on the bottom. Oh, and Hubert sideways off of 4. He'll lose 3 spots. And that'll give the lead to the 1 of Austin Harris. Hubert now battling back on the inside. He's put 3 wide down into 3 and 4. Down into 1 and 2. Hubert catches the berm and he stalls it out in the 41B. Caution is out.
If you had any doubt that the power was not getting to the track on these cars, Chad Riley in the 56 all the way down the back straightaway, both front wheels in the air and dirt still flying off the back tires.
Lineup is good. Harris leads him back into 3 and 4. Hand on his outside. Green flag back in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Harris on the bottom. Hand on the top side. Side by side. 3 wide as they enter turn 3 and 4. Riley gets into the side of Harris. And Harris goes around. Riley just monster trucked the front end of Harris's 1. Oh boy. Things sure do get aggressive for $2,000, don't they, Neil?
They get outrageously insane. The 56 and the 1 got tied together coming out of 4. Neither one of them lifted. They both stayed in the gas till they got about halfway down the front straightaway. Then they separated, and one car went one way, one car went the other. Unfortunately for the 1, he got turned around. Riley got to the top side, didn't lose but a spot.
Lineup is good. How about this dude? From dead last up to the lead, the 6P of Pates and Polonza, he leads the way. Green flag in the air. But and that's not going to be a good start. They're going to call it back.
3 wide at the chalk. That's probably going to draw the attention of every flag man in the nation. Looked like the 12 getting the warning there.
We'll try it again. Polonza leads them back into 3 and 4. Lights are out. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Hand with a good run off the top side, but Polonza down on the bottom. Hubert sticks it on the fence into 3 and 4. Hubert, after going to the back, has found himself up battling for the 4th spot. Oh, and he's going to get shafted down the back straightaway. Hubert gets into it.
That was a hard shot into the outside wall.
And Hubert goes for a wild ride. Not going upside down, but going for a spin cycle, but goodness gracious. 2 cars just meeting at the exact same place at the exact same time. Hubert almost going for a crazy ride.
That was probably about 1/10 of a degree from being a flip.
Oh, it was. I don't know. It looked like Hendrick in the 12 didn't know the 41B was out there. I mean,
well, you got 2 cars that are side by side going in. They're normally going to be side by side coming out. Hubert always gets a good rip on the top side, and he stayed right there. When 12 moved up, there was just no room left. The wall came into play.
mean, it was just a situation of two cars being at the exact same place at the exact same time. It's unfortunate for Hubert because it looked like he was starting to figure that top groove out. But unfortunate for Brian Hubert in the 41B.
He was, if you noticed, he was getting up there in the dark on the corner, making that tire dig through that soft dirt to get a little more traction. And he was getting the momentum wrapped up, and that thing was wound up. He wasn't going to be, he's going to be something to deal with when they got to the other end.
Well, the top side here at 81 is really something. Once you get hooked on that wall, if you can keep the car pointed straight, you are absolutely flying around here.
That's the fun part of any kind of racing, trying to keep that nose down, keep the back end just a tick out. And when I say just a tick out, you don't want the wheels following each other exactly. You want them just a little bit out of kilter, like you're almost sliding sideways on ice. Then you get the best bite.
Well, the green flag is back in the air. Palanza slides on the bottom. Hand's going to charge back around on the outside, down into 3 and 4. Hand has the top side by side. Too close to call out the line as the white flag is in the air. Austin Harris trying to make something happen. Palanza throws a slider on Hand down the front straightaway. Bates and Palanza from last to first will take the heat race win in the 6P.
He also got a hold of that turn 1-2 wall when he got done. But did you notice in the back of the pack, the one was watching what Hubert was doing, and he followed that line coming around them last 2 laps.
He did. He just ran out of time. But how about it? The 6P making a very smart move on the last corner. You know, he had the bottom predominantly for the entire race, but he slid up, and as you said earlier, he made the 01B have to tap the brakes, and when he did, Palanza just stood on it and charged down the front straightaway for a heat race win.
I just need you to bounce it just 1 split second for me to have more momentum than you do. And that's all it takes, and that's exactly what he done. Cleanest move you'll see. Just get up there and make you tap it just for a second or belch that throttle, and it will slow you down just 1/10 of a second more than I am, and I'm going by.
Well, coming out onto the track next, your third Open 500 heat race. Lineup looks like this. On the pole from Seymour, Texas, it's going to be the 77 of Jaser Hudson. To his outside from Fort Worth, Texas in the 11, it's going to be Ben Say. Row 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 2 of Grant Williams. And to his outside from Iowa Park, Texas, the 32K of Cutter Gira. Your final row on the inside, it's going to be the 7D of Jace Dimon. And to his outside, the 10V of Elliot Vanucci from Capony, California.
A lot of people don't know that our rock chassis team went out to California for a nationals event out there. All the rock chassis guys made the A features. So they were out there dealing with these California guys. They know that they've got the same amount of power, and they know they can drive with them, so they're not going to be afraid of them.
Lineup is good. Lights are out. Hudson and Say lead them down into 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Say on the top side. Hudson on the bottom. Hudson puts it around to the bottom on in the 77, but Ben Say sticks it on the boards in the 11. Say charging around the outside in the 11. Hudson on the bottom. 2x2, side by side into 3 and 4. Say on the top side. Hudson on the bottom. Down into 1 and 2. Say takes the lead. Say makes a mistake. Hudson follows him up to the top side. Dimmitt trying to roll the bottom. Trying to make something happen. But both Say and Hudson go to the top. Hudson throws a haymaker on Say. Say crosses him over. Down into 1 and 2. Say blocks the slider. White flag in the air. Down into 3 and 4. Say blocks the slider again. Hudson around on the outside. He's going to cross him over. It's going to be a drag race at the finish line. And Jaster Hudson at the line steals it from Ben Say in the 11 by a margin of .018 seconds. Jaster Hudson with the move of the night.
That is where it turns awesome. A slider on one end, you know it's coming back on the other side. He threw it back in there. Say had it, got the bite off of 4, got that thing lined out, but he had just enough to get over there in front of him.
Say and Hudson have been racing together for years. They know each other exactly. They're best friends on and off the racing surface. They know each other. They know how each other races, and that is probably the cleanest race you will see of the night.
That's what makes it so much fun. You see these guys that are buddies all the time. They run around together. They drag to each track together. They know how each other races, so they know they can trust that guy not to destroy their stuff because they don't want their stuff destroyed either. But when they come down and race like that, that makes it worth every mile they drove for it.
Absolutely. Man, that was crazy. Up next, your final Open 500 heat race. Still waiting on what we're going to do before we call up the next class, but
well, all I can say for the last one, I have a feeling this one is going to get really exciting.
will. It definitely will, because you've got Anton Hernandez that flipped in his open hot lap session back on the track. You've also got to his outside in the 21C. That's Case Piper, the Pied Piper, back out on the track for this 500 heat race. Then you've got Zane Awyer from Newalla, Oklahoma. To his outside, you got Halen Williams, Tyler Lee, and Andrew Knapp. Make up your final row. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag is not going to fly.
You can tell these 500 guys are sniffing every penny of that $2,000. They're all aggressive as they can be.
So it looks like they're going to put the 14 Awyer up in front of Hernandez's 41. Lineup is good. Lights are set to go out. Awyer finds himself in the catbird seat. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Here we go into 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. And just like that, Hernandez finds himself back into second in the 41. Neff looking to the inside of Hernandez's 41 down the first straightaway. Neff on the inside, Hernandez on the outside. Hernandez slaps the wall down into 1 and 2. Neff back on the inside as they go down into 3 and 4. Neff is going to putt the bottom. Hernandez blows by him on the top side. Piper up front of the 21C. He rows to top. Hernandez gets into the fence. Now Neff is going to go to the top side of the 20. Tyler Lee in the 51T up to the third spot. Nice looking to the inside of Neff. Neff brushes the cushion as he comes out of 1 and 2, down into 3 and 4. Piper hanging on, but Neff is all over the back bumper as they go down the back straightaway. Piper blocks the line. Hernandez still burning the boards down on the fence. White flag in the air. Hernandez to the inside of Neff for second. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Hernandez burns the boards down again. He's going to charge down the straightaway, and Neff is going to loop it around, and he's going to collect the 14 of Awyer. Holy Toledo.
What did we just see?
I have no idea.
I know that Neff in that 20 and Lee in the 51T were on the back row. Next thing you know, they're up front. All of a sudden, the 41 car comes flying back out there. And then you've got everybody. It's just a free-for-all all the way through that heat. Piper never missed a beat, though. Stayed in it, traveled it all the way through, and rode it out.
That was insane. And to only think that was just the first round of heat races. We still have another round to go through. And it looks like we're going to get some track prep done before we get going with our Sportsman 500 division.
Well, I have a feeling that if it was this exciting on the first go-round, now they know that everything's on the line to make sure they get the best starting position and a guaranteed spot in the A feature for tomorrow so they can move it forward. I have a feeling every class is going to be a little wild.
Well, it looks like we're going to take a 20 to 25-minute intermission. So if you guys are hungry, we've got some food trucks on site. So if you guys are hungry, we've got Dandy's over here by turns 1, and we've got a snow cone, the frozen pit stop down on the other side in turns 1. Dandy's over here in turn 4, frozen pit stop in turn 1. So we'll be back here in just a little bit.
I need all officials to get in position. All officials to get in position, please.
Sportsman 500, start making your way up. Sportsman 500, start making your way up. You little bitch. I lost my Sportsman 500 name. Why not? Oh, thanks, little dude. I appreciate that. Woo! From what I understand, we will run our Young Gun Heat Race tomorrow. Young Gun Heat Race will be tomorrow. So Sportsman 500, start making your way up. Sportsman 500, start making your way up. Non-wing, start getting ready. Non-wing, start getting ready. Once again, Sportsman 500, start making your way up. Sportsman 500, start making your way up. Non-wing, go ahead and start getting ready. Go ahead and start getting ready. Non-wing 500 250s. Non-wing, start getting ready. Non-wing, start getting ready. Sportsman 500s, be up in the chute. Sportsman 500s, be up in the chute. Brian Hubert, please come to the booth. Brian Hubert, please come to the booth. Sportsman 500s, make your way up. Sportsman 500s, make your way up. Non-wing, be getting ready. Non-wing, be getting ready. Out on the track now, your Sportsman 500 second inverted heat race. Your starting lineup looks like this. On the pole in the 777, it's going to be Johnny Moore from Mustang, Oklahoma, to his outside. It was scheduled to be the 61 of Chad Riley, but it looks like he will scratch this heat race. So that will move the 12 of Kite Gates up to the outside pole. Row 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 2L of Lee Schritter, and to his outside, the 06 of John Kilmer. Well, it looks like Schritter will be on the outside of. Looks like Schritter's going to go to the outside pole instead of Gates. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Moore with the advantage down into 1 and 2. He'll slide up in front of Schritter. Schritter to the top side in 3 and 4. Moore on the bottom. Schritter trying to get to the inside, and Gates is slow out of turn 4. That's going to draw out a caution. Gates gets fired back off. We're doubled back up. Schritter on the outside. Moore on the inside. Lights are out. Here they go into 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. Schritter sticks it on the top side. Moore on the bottom. Schritter to the point in the 2L. He'll slide up into 3 and 4. Moore on his inside, down on the bottom into 1 and 2 they go. Side by side, 2 by 2. Down the back straightaway. Moore on the bottom, Schritter back on the top side. Gates battling with Kilmer for the 3rd spot. Now Schritter's going to shut the door on Moore as Moore gets sideways out of 1 and 2. Schritter runs the bottom. He'll slide up out of 3 and 4. White flag is out for Schritter in the 2L. Down into 1 and 2. Moore trying to make something happen. Track is still pretty green, so there's not a lot of grip up on the top side. Checkered flag will fly. Lee Schritter will take the heat race win. Non-wing, 500, 250s. You guys are up. Non-wing, you guys are up. Junior 1, make your way 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 up. Mod Outlaw 125. Mod Outlaw 125. Start getting ready. Out on the track now, your first non-wing for your 2nd round of heat races. Lineup looks like this. On the pole, it's going to be the 51K of Case Harris from Athens, Texas, to his outside. In the 7-11, it's going to be Race Foster from Holbert, Oklahoma. Row 2 on the inside is going to be Briley Kilmer in the 01K. And tour outside from Azle, Texas is going to be James Addison. It looks like McRobert's not supposed to be in this one. It looks like it's supposed to be the 7 of Addison out there instead. So Addison will get busted off. He'll go. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Harris leads him into 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4. Green flag is going to be in the air. Down in 1 and 2 they go. Harris on the bottom. Kilmer on the top side in the 01K. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Harris slides up in front of Kilmer. Kilmer crosses him over down into 1 and 2. Harris puts it on the fence, and Kilmer stalls it out into turns 1 and 2. Addison gets by clean. He'll move up to second. Both Kilmer and Foster getting stuck over there in turns 1 and 2. Something happened with Kilmer. It looked like the car upset and they maybe stalled it out. We'll have to wait and see. The car fires back off, so Kilmer should be going to the tail end on this one. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Addison on the bottom. Harris on the top side. Into 3 and 4 they go. Looking for the light. Oh, and Harris chops the nose of Addison coming out of 3 and 4. Harris got sideways and tried to goose on it. Harris tried to get on it coming out of 4. He got sideways and tried to goose it. And when he did, the car went sideways, and he chopped the 7 of Addison. Lineup is good. Lights set to go out. Kilmer leads them down into 1 and 2. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Kilmer coming out of 3 and 4. She'll stand on the loud pedal. Green flag back in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Kilmer on the bottom. Foster on the top side. Harris to the inside of Foster for second. Addison follows him down into 1 and 2. Foster gets sideways. Now Addison trying to go around on the outside. Addison really smoking that right rear. I don't know if something's rubbing or what, but that thing is smoking like crazy. White flag in the air for the 01K. of Kilmer. Oh, and Harris goes around in 1 and 3 and 4. That's going to give Addison third. Foster takes second, but Briley Kilmer with the heat race win. Junior 1 up next. Junior 1, be ready. Non-wing second heat, you're coming out. Non-wing second heat, you're coming out. Three drivers make the call for this one. Case Piper on the pole to his outside, the 2J of Jerry Schritter. Your final starter will be Deacon McRoberts in the 75. Mod Outlaw 125, be making your way up. Mod Outlaw 125, be making your way up. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Piper leads him into 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Piper hanging on to the lead, but McRoberts with a full head of steam down the back straightaway. He throws it into the corners. He's looking to the inside, but Piper charges back around on the top side. McRoberts all over the back bumper as they go down into 1 and 2. McRoberts puts it on the fence in 1 and 2. He'll get a run down into 3 and 4. He'll throw it back on the top side. He'll try the crossover. Down the front straightaway, McRoberts not able to make it happen as the white flag is out. Checker flag flies. Piper hangs on. Junior 1 clones out on the track now, their first heat. Stetson Bryant, your pole sitter to his outside, was supposed to be is going to be the 13E of Emma Chitwood. Mod Outlaw 125s be in the chute. Mod Outlaw 125s be in the chute. Mod Flats, make your way up. Mod Flats, make your way up. Junior 2, start getting ready. Junior 2, start getting ready. Coming out of 4, Bryant leads them to the stripe. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Dimmitt looking to the inside of Chitwood for the second spot. Dimmitt moves up to second now. She's going to go try and reel in the $11, but the white flag is in the air. Bryant leading the way down into 3 and 4, coming out of turn 4, looking for the checker flag. Bryant will take the win with Dimmitt in a close second in the 7D. Hicks, your pole sitter, with Dimmitt on his outside. Lineup is good. Lights are out into 3 and 4. They go. Green flag in the air. Hicks leading the way in the 45. Ezel in the 88E on his heels down the back straightaway. Ezel looking to the top in 3 and 4. White flag in the air, and oh, the chain has come off the 7, Diademit, but he's held to the inside for the lead down the back straightaway. Coming out of turn 4, checkered flag will fly. Ezel will steal it on the last lap. Dimmitt pulls it to the infield, and it looks like the 16G has the third spot coming to the checkered. CJ Garrett will round out your top 3. Up next, your Mod Flat 125 division. You know, Neil, I gotta say, I'm pretty dang dog whipped right now.
It's getting late. You could tell in that last race the kids just weren't there. They were driving their cars, but they didn't have the pump they had earlier tonight. But this is going to be kind of fun. You've got Mod Outlaw motors with 125 motors.
In theory, these motors are pretty dang equal. 125s and modified animals. I've ran a modified against 125s before. Had no issues keeping up. These modifieds are really the last of the hot rod classes in this new world of outlaw kart racing.
Well, it's unbelievable how much horsepower they're getting out of that animal when they put it on the power. But this is going to be fun because you've got both Mod Outlaws in front and 125s following them, so this ought to be good.
Rogers and Foster, your front row lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Rogers leads the way down into 3 and 4. Morgan in the 07A all over the back bumper of Foster as they go down into 3 and 4 again. White flag in the air for Rogers. Checkered flag, Rogers.
Something you see week in and week out with Rogers and that 70 car. That thing is always on a rail. That kid, it doesn't matter where he puts it, top side, bottom side, right down the middle. It just motivates for him. He's got that thing figured out. And I don't know if you noticed it or not on that start, but the mods got out a little quicker than the 125s, and that right there is what settled that race real quick.
Well, in theory, a Mod Outlaw is equivalent to a 4-stroke 125. They've got a lot of low-end torque combined with some pretty good straightaway speed. Those 125s blew the tires off of them on the starts. Those modifieds were able to put the power to the ground and pull away.
Well, that's where it comes down to sometimes bigger is not always better, but it's fun to watch them modifieds run out there with them 125s because you get to see, like I said, the old school horsepower come into play with that one.
As I said, a dying breed, the old school hot rod motors of old yore, the Mod Outlaw. Now we're going to see a bunch of flat carts with modified motors on them. Josiah Robinson on the pole to his outside. The 82 of Grant Williams. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Robinson on the bottom. Williams gets stuffed on the top. Into 3 and 4. A lot of beating and banging going on back in the back part of the field. Engstrom looking to the inside of Sacha for the 4th spot, down into 1 and 2. And the checkered flag flies, but Neil, is it me, or are these heat races really going by quick tonight?
Well, everybody's getting a little tired, so they're trying to get these heat races done. You can tell the drivers, some of them are more aggressive than others, some of them are not so bad. That one right there, I enjoyed that one because you could see on the start, everybody wanted to go to the front instantly. They didn't want to wait for anything. They just wanted to get out front and go. This next one looks like it's going to be a pretty stacked one. This one could be real interesting. Sampson in that 82. Then
Junior
you've got the
2s, we
6.
need you in the chute. Junior 2s in the chute. Stock flats, make your way up. Stock flats, make your way up.
The one for me to watch on this one's that 6-car Haslam. That thing never ceases to amaze you. That thing's always flying. If it stays together through the whole heat race, he'll be in the front before it's over.
Junior 2s, be ready. Junior 2s, be ready. Halen Williams and Tyler Sampson, your front row. Lineup is good. Lights are out once again. Here we go. Out of turn 4. Green flag in the air. Never mind. No start. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Goodness gracious. The 6 of Haslam all the way up to second after starting towards the back. And caution comes out.
Haslam put that thing on the top side as soon as that green flag fell. He didn't miss a beat. He got everybody as they come down the straightaway and coming out of 1. He was on the top side, just not going to lift off that thing.
I believe that was the 14. No. Oh, no, check that. That is the... Oh, that was the 82 Tia Sampson going around in turns 3 and 4. Lineup is good. Lights are out once again. Quiver and Haslam on the front row. Lineup is good. Quiver leads them down into 3 and 4. Looking for the green flag. We are underway. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Quiver on the top. Haslam on the bottom. Quiver loses the lead. Haslam blocks the line down into 3 and 4.
it looks like the 6 of Haslam is leaving a little trail behind him. You can see it as it comes out of turn number 4.
On Quiver goes around on the front straightaway. That's going to draw out another caution. Lineup is good. Lights go out. Haslam leads him back into 3 and 4. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag back in the air. Haslam on the bottom. That's the 23X of Halen Williams trying to get around on the top side. Williams to the inside. Haslam shuts the door. And Williams goes around. We stay green, and Quiver goes around in 3 and 4. White flag in the air for Haslam down into 3 and 4 out of turn 4. Haslam will see the checkered flag. LaRue in the 3D will take second. With Sampson in the 82 rounding out your top 3. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Junior 2 Clone second heat. Eli Garrett on the pole in the 11B. Oh, no, excuse me. Well, either way, green flag in the air. Ezel out front in the 88E. Baum running second in the 8L. Followed by the 11B. I believe that is Eli Garrett. Oh, no, that is the X2 of Kane Matlock. Sorry, I was looking at the complete wrong heat race there. Checker flag flies. Ezel will take the heat race win in the 88E. Baum second in the 8L. Second Junior 2 Clone Heat Race out on the track. Stock Flats, we need you in the chute. Stock Flats, we need you in the chute. 250s, be ready. Or 250s, start making your way up. 250s, start making your way up. Powder Puffs, start getting ready. Powder Puffs, start getting ready. Eli Garrett on the pole to his outside. It's going to be Trenton Schrader in the 2T. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Coming out of turn 4. Looking for the green flag. We are underway. Schrader to the inside, trying to make something happen down the back straightaway. He'll get loose down into 3 and 4. Here comes the 7 of Graff to the outside, trying to make something happen. Schrader slides up in front of him in turns 3 and 4. Graff falling back to 3rd, down the back straightaway. Still nothing going on as we got a battle for the 4th spot between the 22K. That is Harvey going against the 4C. That is Bo Chitam. White flag is in the air for the 11 of Garrett. Cheatham to the inside, trying to make something happen for 3rd as they go down into 3 and 4. Garrett will take the checker flag. Cheatham to the inside, 2 for 1 special. It's going to be close. We'll have to wait and see what the officials say on that one. The 11B getting the win. Going to have to wait and see what the officials say on who got second. It was a toss-up, so we'll just have to wait and see. But I think they're going to do a little bit more track prep, water it down, make the moisture come back up. So that concludes our Junior 2 heat races. Up next, our stock flat division, followed by our 250 Outlaws. Oh, boy, Neil, I got to say, dude, I am running out of steam over here.
It happens. These late nights get on and really hurry. But just think, it's 1:11, and we're going to be back here again tomorrow night and doing this all over again. So you've really got something to look forward to.
Why do we do this to ourselves, man?
Where else can you have this much fun and get paid for it?
You know, that's a really good point.
We get the best seat in the house. We get instant replay every once in a while when you get Brent Bartlett over there on the video camera. Then we get to watch all the parents. We get to watch the racers on the track. I mean, how much more fun can you have on a Friday night in the little town of Minco, Oklahoma?
Well, technically, it's Saturday morning now, so I'm having a lot of fun. I'm just running out of steam. So if anybody's got like one of those bottled Starbucks Frappuccino, Macchiato, what the heck ever you call them, Mochiatos, whatever.
If anybody's got a 5-hour energy drink, we'll get him spinning like a top here in about 20 minutes.
That or just a little bit of Pepsi, or how they say it, hey, can I get a liter of cola?
Yeah, all you got to have is a little pop and everything works great.
Oh, man, I don't know, but speaking of pop, 500s ought to be pretty interesting, huh?
I have a feeling this second heat race thing going through here, you've already got tempers wound up. You've already got cars that have been broken. You've got them back there fixing on them. Now, between the tempers, did they get the setup back like they had it? With all the extra power of it, and then they're going to run them off here. We're going to be here about 2:30, 3 o'clock, getting them on the track. How's this going to pan out? I think it's gonna have I think we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun, but I got to say, there's going to be a lot of angry, pissed off people at the end of this night.
I have a feeling you are right because these guys are all fighting for a little bit of money. But I say a little bit of money. You don't race these go-karts and get paid $2,000 for one weekend's worth of running. Usually you pay the $2,000 to race for the weekend. You don't get to collect it. Mother Nature heard him say he was getting tired, so she blew his papers off the top of the desk over here, so he had to go down and pick them up. That's one way to wake him up.
So we're back to racing action with your stock flat second heat round 2. Gates to the point in the 48. Nick versus Kite. It's a Kite. It's a Gates battle up front. White flag is out for the 48 of Kite Gates. Down into 1 and 2. He's clean down the back straightaway. Into 3. Coming out of turn 4. Gates will take the checkered flag again. Man, it is 2, almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and you're over here eating a dang corn dog. What's up with that?
Have you not ever had a corn dog at the racetrack? It's like heaven on a stick, man.
Okay, are we going to have a serious debate about what food is better at the racetrack? Because if there's anything that's better than a corn dog, it's that racetrack pizza.
Racetrack pizza's good, but man, if you're going to argue that, we're going to have to go to funnel cakes.
Hey, now funnel cakes is a dessert. If we're going to go in, we're going to go category by category. Best snack to eat at the racetrack is always a good bag of popcorn.
Have you seen this thing sticking out in front of me?
Have you seen the one that's starting to stick out in front of me?
53 years of racetrack food. It ain't good for you, but by golly, it sure is good tasting.
I'd like to go up to Eldora because I hear Tony Stewart has got one heck of a menu for his venue.
I want to go over. Is it Bristol that's got them hot dogs?
Where's this at again?
One of the NASCAR tracks has got some amazing hot dogs somewhere.
Man, I don't want to go
That's
to no
all they
NASCAR
sell
track.
is hot dogs.
You was raised on dirt. You was going to die on the dirt.
That's right. You got to stay on the dirt. It's more fun. They might have fancier cars, but we have a lot more fun racing.
You bet your bottom dollar we do. Lineup is good, though, for our second stock flat heat race. You've got Reed and Reed on the front row, but there's no relation, and they're actually both spelled differently. Reed on the bottom, Reed on the outside. Lights are out, green flag in the air. Amy Reed to the point, no. Hunter McDonald up to the point in the 2M. Battles picking up all over the place. Neil, these guys are bumper to bumper. It's like they're tandem drafting down into the corners.
Hand and Harvey fighting it out again.
White flag in the air, down into 3 and 4. Hunter McDonald out of turn 4. We'll see the checkered flag.
Harvey slings it into the bottom of turn 4, gets underneath him, and takes that third spot.
Oh, boy. Hope you're ready for some fun because up next is our second round of 250 Outlaw heat races. Your first 250 heat race looks like this. On the pole from Burke Burnett, Texas. In the A7, it's going to be Addie Bolf. To her outside in the 15E from Mays, Kansas. It's going to be Eli Morgan. Row 2 on the inside. It's going to be the 75X from Amarillo, Texas, Ace Bledsoe. To his outside, supposed to be the 95 from Salina, Texas, Beckett Brown. Row 3 on the inside from Piedmont, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 86R of Ryland Biggs. To the outside in the 48L from Van Alstyne, Texas, it's going to be Logan Hoskins. Your final starter from Enid, Oklahoma, the 28 of Lewis Alcorn, also known as Low Rider. He told me to do it.
Ever since I found out that Lois's nickname was Lowrider, I got to embarrass her in Enid because when I announced her, she came out on the track. She told me she could hear that. But I did. I went, and in the 28, in Junior 3, when she came out, it was Lois. Lowrider Alcorn.
You can just feel the face burning from here.
She's happy. She's been in a Junior 3 for quite a while. Now she's moved up to the 250s here. She's having a ball.
Well, these 250 Outlaws are a very huge step up from the Junior 3, so I can only imagine.
She said she's had to forget pretty much everything she learned, but I've been watching her. She still has a little habit coming out of the corner. She kicks that back end out. But she was smart enough earlier to tell me she needed to back her corners up just a little bit to get a better entry, and in turn she knew she would be getting out better. So she's coming around. She's got this car figured out, and this is the same car that she was driving in Junior 3. So she knows how it feels. She knows when it's right and when it's wrong. And if you've ever got to watch Nick, her dad, set this car up, it's a lot of fun.
And it looks like we're missing a good chunk of cars right here. I believe the 95 of Brown is going to be a scratch once again. Lineup is good. Green flag in the air. Boff with the advantage down into 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, Morgan looking to the outside in the 15E. Biggs pulls it to the infield. Bledsoe all over the back bumper. Boff is Boff. Fires it way high in 3 and 4. Now she's going to pull off the bottom in 1 and 2. Here comes Morgan to the outside of Bledsoe trying to make something happen. Morgan and Bledsoe touch tires down the front straightaway. Morgan up to the second spot in the 15E. White flag is out for Addie Boff down into 1 and 2. The A7 holding the lead. Morgan goes to the top. No, he goes to the bottom. Coming out of turn 4. Addie Boff will hang on for the win. Morgan, if he had a few more laps, he probably could have got to the inside of Boff's A7.
That was getting pretty intense back in the middle of the pack on that one. They were throwing it at each other, trying to get it going. nobody could get an advantage on the other one at that point.
Side by side there for a little bit, but Morgan tried to make that top side work, but wasn't able to make it stick. So it looks like the bottom still has a lot of moisture in it. So I'm guaranteeing you, though, by the time those 500s get out here, that bottom's probably going to be all but gone because mostly everybody has been racing the bottom ever since they reworked the track.
It's got all the moisture and everything down there on the bottom. The best part about it is before the 500s get there, a lot of them can't run that top. They can't hold the momentum and get the bite they need. And the shorter way around is down on the white line. So a lot of them will run that bottom, especially the stock flats, your flat carts. Then you get into your juniors and all that, 1, 2s, and 3s. They're all going to run the bottom. So that's going to give the 500s a really good chance to get a good soaked-in dirt on the top side.
Well, with that being said, up next, your second heat for your 250 Outlaws. Lineup looks like this. On the pole from El Reno, Oklahoma in the 23X, it's going to be Braxton Atkins. To his outside in the 17M from Edmond, Oklahoma, it's going to be Megan Terry. Row 2 on the inside from Cement, Oklahoma in the 70K, it's going to be Henry Rogers. To his outside from South Lake, Texas, the 95X of Jonathan Padano. Row 3 on the inside from Chico, California. In the 41, it's going to be Rylan Shera. And to his outside, your final starter from Dodge City, Kansas, the 75 of Deacon McRoberts.
I have a feeling this one's going to be a lot of fun because all them guys in the back are fast. The guys in the front are fast too, but they've shown that they've got a lot more speed out back right now. Padano's having some issues on getting out of gear.
Looks like we will be going green. Padano had a little bit of issues. Either way, lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. Atkins with the lead out of 1 and 2. Down into 3 and 4 they go. Rogers on the bottom. Terry on the top side. Battle picking up for the second spot. Here comes Shera in the 41 trying to make something happen. Down into 3 and 4. Atkins throws it to the inside. Rogers to the point in the 70K. Shera to the inside of Atkins, trying to take the second spot. Down the back straightaway. Shera almost gets shoved on the berm. Atkins slides up, move the 41 to the second spot. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Rogers, a full half straightaway advantage over second place runner Shera. White flag in the air for Henry Rogers down the back straightaway into turn 3, coming out of turn 4. Rogers takes the heat race win, but Shera going from 5th to 2nd in that one. How about that? Shera with a good amount of passing points in this one.
That's the name of the game. You got to get all you can get. He got everything but the lead. I don't think he was going to have anything for Rogers. Rogers got too far ahead of him on the start.
Yeah, and that's the downside of the track still being a little green. These guys really weren't able to move up to the fence like those 500 guys will be able to here in a little bit. But, I mean, these 250 guys really are putting on a heck of a show, as good as they can for what they've got.
Well, I tell you what, as aggressive as they're going to get for their payout, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these and see where they land in this A-feature setup thing with the points, because you're going to have some good cars in the back. You're going to have some good cars to the front, and then it's just going to be a matter of how the chips fall when they get out on there and go.
Most definitely. Up next, your third 250 Outlaw heat race. Your lineup looks like this. On the pole from Azle, Texas, the 22 Double Deuce. That is Landon Zoolander. To his outside from Rogers, Arkansas in the 70, it's going to be Jace Dimmitt. Row 2 on the inside from Owl Park, Texas, the 23S of Grayson Simmons. And to his outside from Mineral Wells, Texas, the 71 of Stone Melton. Row 3 on the inside from Piedmont, Oklahoma, the 2M of Rose Biggs. Your final starter in the 07A from Mays, Kansas, Avery Morgan. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Zoolander the leader. Zoolander leads them down into 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4, he'll stand on the loud pedal. Green flag in the air. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Dimmitt with the advantage. Zoolander slips back to second. Stone Melton to the inside. He'll feed Zoolander a fat right rear, but the caution comes out. So we'll have to wait and see what the lineup turns out like. I don't think the 71M got the pass cleared before they completed a lap. We'll have to wait and see what happens. So it looks like Dimmitt's going to take the bottom side. That's going to put Melton to his outside. Dimmitt was able to get a really good jump off the start, off the top side. Can he get an even better one off the bottom? Melton on his outside. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Into 3 and 4 we go. Dimmitt with the advantage going down into 1 and 2. Melton able to hang on to second. Morgan looking to the inside of Zoolander for the 3rd spot. Morgan looking to the inside of Melton for the 2nd spot. Down into 1 and 2 they go side by side for second. Avery Morgan on the inside. Stone Melton on the outside. Morgan slides up in front of Melton. She'll take the 2nd spot down into 1 and 2. Zoolander trying to take the 3rd spot from Melton as they battle back in the middle of the pack. Zoolander gets to the inside. He's not going to make it stick. Coming out of turn 4, Dimmitt will see the white flag. Coming out of turn 4, Chase Dimmitt will see the checkered flag. Morgan coming up shy in that one. Powder Puff, you're up next. Powder Puff, you're up next. Junior 3s, be getting ready. Junior 3s, be getting ready. 500 Outlaws, start getting ready. 500 Outlaws, start getting ready. Coming up next, your 4th and final 250 heat race for this weekend. Lineup looks like this. From Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, in the 29S, it's going to be Jackson Scott to his outside. From Mansfield, Texas, in the 36M, it's going to be Mason Hill. Rhodes on the inside. From Wapello, Iowa, the 44 of Adriana Timmerman. To her outside from Goldsby, Oklahoma, the 06 of Briley Kilmer. Row 3 on the inside from Waukomis, Oklahoma, the 6J of Jayton Goldman. And to his outside from Fort Still, Oklahoma, the 1J of Jordan Drewski.
Looks like we've got a couple of scratches in this race.
Yeah, it looks like the 29S of Jackson Scott not making the call.
Also the 06 of Kilmer.
Lineup is good. Lights are out. Timmerman leads them into 3 and 4. Looking for the green flag. We are underway. Hill looking to the outside of Timmerman. Almost 3 wide down the back straightaway. Goldman to the inside of Timmerman for the 3rd spot. Drewski follows him and takes the 4th spot. Out front, Mason Hill leads Brian Lee Kilmer in the 06. White flag in the air for Mason Hill. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Coming out of turn 4. Hill will hang on for the heat race win. Kilmer will take 2nd with Goldman rounding out your top 3. Out on the track now, your Powder Puff division. It looks like we're going to let them take a few hot laps to kind of run the track in a little bit. While we do, we'll take a look at your starting lineup. Your pole sitter from Van Buren, Arkansas, it's going to be the 58 of Amy Reed to her outside. And the 00K from Garber, Oklahoma, it's going to be Kristen Bradley. Row 2 on the inside from Mustang, Oklahoma in the 01. It's going to be Chelsea Davis. And to her outside in the 66, it's going to be Nicole Terry from Edmond, Oklahoma. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Reed leads them down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4, Reed will see the green flag. We are underway. White flag is out for Reed. Coming out of turn 4, Amy Reed will see the checkered flag. Two classes remain for tonight's heat racing action. Up next, your first Junior 3 Clone second round heat race. Your starting lineup will look like this on the pole in the 25 from Covington, Oklahoma. It's going to be Don Choate to his outside. From Waukomis, Oklahoma, in the 2, it's going to be Layan Costello. Row 2 on the inside from Choctaw, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 11G of Gentry Shive. 2's outside in the 01K from Jetmore, Kansas. It's going to be Kelby Fetters. Row 3 on the inside from Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. The 8L of Wyatt Baum. Your final starter in the X2 from the Elufa, Oklahoma. It's going to be Kane Maddock. And it looks like we're missing the 25 of Choate. There's Choate. So basically everything I just said, let's go ahead and just put it backwards. So the X2 will be on the pole with Baum to his outside. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Maddox leads him out of 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Baum try to get to the inside of Maddox. Here comes Fetters looking to the outside in the 01. White flag is out from Matlock. Down the back straightaway, Fetters all over his back bumper, Bomb all over his. Coming out of turn 4, Matlock will see the checkered flag. Fetters will take second with Balm rounding out your top 3. Attention, everybody. If you have not turned in your transponder for the night, we need you to go ahead and turn those in. If you have already competed tonight, we need you to turn in your transponder. You'll turn it back in where you got it from. So please, everybody, we need you to return your transponders. Out on the track now, your Junior 3 Clone second heat race. Your lineup looks like this. On the pole, it's going to be the 22K of Harvey. To his outside. In the C4, it's going to be Martin. Row 2 on the inside. It's going to be the double. It's going to be the 099A of Burke Holder. And to his inside, to his outside, it's going to be the E45 of Ethan Lott. Row 3 on the inside, it's going to be the 18 of Ward. And to his outside, the 45 of Hicks. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Green flag in the air. 500 Outlaws. You're up next. 500 Outlaws. You are up next. Ward in the 18 all the way to the point after starting 5th. White flag is out for Ward in the 18. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Coming out of turn 4. Weston Ward will take the checkered flag. Watt will take second. With Burkholder rounding out your top 3. Oh boy, Neil.
Guess what I just saw?
What's that?
I saw a cushion setting up along the top side of that fence.
I believe it. It's been up there all night. But you know what time it is.
It's time for the 500s.
It's time for the gloves to come off. It's time for an all-out fist fight for your 500 Outlaw Heat races. Well, it looks like our 500 guys wanted to run the track in before they got lined up, so
They've been sitting for a while. They've been stewing on their last finish. They want to get started. Have you noticed what the 20 Bia Boff has been doing? He's been riding around the top side of the track, checking out that cushion. He's used it a couple of times right here in turns 3 and 4.
well, your starting lineup will look like this. You've got Kay Taylor on the inside, Chase Boff to his outside, Shane Marquez inside row 2 with Tatum Bondstead to the outside. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Here we go. Green flag. Oh, dang, and that was almost a really good start. I don't see what was wrong with that one.
Starter didn't like it. It don't matter what we saw.
So I guess we'll have to just let them rack it up and try it again. Pace Quad pulls out onto the racing surface. So your lineup will look like this. It's still going to be Kay. Well, no, it looks like Bondstead's going to go to the outside of Taylor. So your new lineup looks like this. It's going to be Kay Taylor inside row 1. To the outside, it's going to be the 01 Tia Tatum Bondstead. Row 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 1M of Shane Marquez. And to his outside now, the 20B of Chase Ball. Inside row 3, it's going to be the $5 of Emily Lowry. And to her outside, the 01 of Case Harris. Jordan Kluver makes up your final starter. We'll try it again. They lead them into 3 and 4. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Looking for the green flag. Here we go. Taylor slides Bondstead up out of the groove into 1 and 2. Down into 3 and 4. Marquez up to second in the 1M. Taylor puts it on the fence into 1 and 2. Side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. Marquez out front in the 1M. Kay Taylor running second in the 1K. Lowry puts it on the berm to get to the inside of Boff's 20. But Boff is going to shut the door as they make contact, and Lowry monster trucks over the 20B of Boff. What do you think on that one?
I think that's called a lot of frustration pent up in a bunch of little cars with a lot of horsepower.
I don't know. It looked like Lowry tried to stick her nose in at the last second going into 1 and 2. Boff didn't want to give up the spot, and Lowry just basically stood on the gas, and they all wadded up.
Boff was squeezing down to the bottom, trying to hold that bottom line. Lowry saw a gap. She took it. Everybody else kind of got in there. Bondstead kind of lost the tail end, kind of got loose on him. That got Lowry Boff into the back of him, and then Lowry just kind of stuck right there on the bottom. So.
Oh boy! Look what this does, though. This is going to put the 23 of Kluver right behind the $5 of Lowry. But Chase Boff showing some displeasure with that $5.
This could get real interesting real fast.
Emily Lowry not making any friends on her way up to the front tonight. So it looks like they're going to put the 20 of Boff in front of Lowry. Even though
Single file
I believe
restart.
Lowry drove away from that, didn't she? Lowry drove away from that one, didn't she?
She come to a stop. She had motor
yeah,
died.
you're
She
right.
had to get it restarted. Now they're
looks
going
like
to set him in a double file.
So it looks like Marquez is going to restart on the outside. It's going to put his teammate in the 1K. That's Kay Taylor on his inside. Then you got both Berkeley Racing Unlimited 01 and 01T, Bondstead and Harris behind them. Marquez Racing versus Berkeley Racing. This ought to be a heck of a show. Lineup is good. Green flag in the air. Ball to the inside. Man, look at that 20B go. He is already up to fourth. Now he's going to put it on the top side in 3 and 4. Ball back to the bottom. Out front, Marquez leads Cade Taylor. White flag in the air. Into 3, coming out of turn 4. Shane Marquez takes the heat race win with Cade Taylor running second. Case Harris rounding out your top 3.
This next heat race coming up was an awesome run for everybody in the field. It's fixing to get really good here.
Even more tempers flaring in that first heat race. Coming up next, your second Outlaw 500 heat race. So your starting lineup will look like this. On the pole, it's going to be the 6P of Peyton Palonza. 2 is outside, the 12 of Tyler Hendrick. Row 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 1 of Austin Harrison. 2 is outside, the 7X of Thornton Patterson. Chad Riley in the 56, a scratch for tonight. So that will move the 41B of Brian Hubert up to 5th. 2 is outside in the 01B. It's going to be brace in hand. Lineup is good. Whites are out. Here we go. Once again, green flag in the air. How about the 41B of Brian Hubert? Already up to second. Now he's battling it out with Harris in the 1 for the second spot. Out front, Palonza running away with it. Hubert slaps the curb in turns 3 and 4. Brian Hubert driving the wheels off of it, trying to catch the 1 of Austin Harris. White flag flies for the 6P of Palonza. Palonza will see the checkered flag. And in the 01B, will take second with Harris rounding out your top 3 in the 1. Coming up next, your third Open 500 heat race. Last time we saw this group of drivers on the track, it ended with a .018 finish between your top two. Hudson and Say had a heck of a race last time. Now they're going to have to try to come from the back. As your starting lineup looks like this, on the pole it's probably going to be the 10V of Elliot Benucci, who's outside, the 7D of Jace Dimmitt. Row 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 32K of Cutter Gira, and 2 is outside in the 2. It's going to be Grant Williams. Your final row on the inside, it's going to be the 11 of Ben Sane, 2 is outside, the 77 of Jacer Hudson.
Colton, have you ever had a race give you the butterflies?
I've had a few.
I have a feeling that back row's got something to say about the finish of this race.
I think they do too. Benucci and Dimmitt lead them into 3-4. Lights are out, green flag in the air. Down the back straightaway, Benucci edges out Dimmitt barely. Down the front straightaway, Dimmitt side by side with Benucci. Say, looking to the inside of Williams for the 4th spot. Dimmitt makes a mistake here all over his back bumper, but the caution will come out. Hudson loops it around and turns 1 and 2s. We got one upside down and one over in 1 and 2. Red flag out immediately. And it looks like Williams A-OK, folks. Make some noise. Grant Williams going upside down in turns 1 and 2. We were focused on the 77 of Hudson over here as he backed it into turn 3. And as the caution came out, it looked like maybe Williams wheel hopped somebody's left rear or something, or right rear, and went upside down, took a nasty ride, ripped the entire top wing off of that car. So hopefully they'll be able to replace those wing rails and get ready for tomorrow, as it looks like that 2 car is pretty well messed up in this one. You know, Neil, a wise man once said, that's got to hurt the wallet.
It always does when you crash a car. You know what they say, race car spelled backwards is expensive.
And Williams walking away under his own power, so.
As a spectator, I always like to watch them tear them up, but the one thing I want to see the most of is the driver walking away from the wreck. This is what we enjoy right here. When they do happen, we want to see that driver get out of the car, make the walk. It sucks to walk all the way down the track like that, but safety equipment done its job. You're safe. And it makes everybody a lot better off. I do hate to say it, though. They are safer in these cars on this track than you are on your car on the highway.
Absolutely, but we wouldn't be anywhere without the track medic, so thank God we have a track medic on site. We want to give a shout out to John Kilmer for everything he does, making sure everybody's A-OK. Kilmer over there in his fire suit watching all of these races. He races himself, but he still makes time to make sure everybody's A-OK. So once again, thank you, John Kilmer, for all the work you do out here at 81 Raceway. And it looks like Vanucci trying to argue his case on something. As we got the 32K of Gira stopped over there in turn 1 and 2. So we're doubled up here. Trying to see what the officials are trying to do with this one. And it looks like Vanucci will restart on the outside at Dimmitt in the 7D. Ben Say on the outside of Gira's 32K. Here we go into the greens. Lights are out, green flag in the air. Oh, Gira makes contact with Vanucci, and they loop it around in turns 3 and 4.
You could almost see that Ben saw that one coming. He moved up off the bottom out of the back straightaway up to the top of 3. He knew those two cars were going to come together on the bottom.
Say's pretty smart. He sees a lot of things a lot of people miss. Say doing really well in the 11 car right now. If you can't believe it, this is his second time. That is a totally different car than what he normally runs, but that is the Hudson family owned number 11. So that 11 and 77 are actually teammates this weekend. So it's always good to see teammates running it clean and running it hard.
To tell you what kind of guy he is, at Shawnee Winter Series, he was building at Shawnee this winter. He was over there with the Millers, and he was building Cooper Miller's go-kart that he was going to run the following day. And he built that just standing over in the corner, never left, just working away on it. Brought in a frame, brought in some pieces. Next thing you know, you're looking at a full-blown built race car, and he sat right over in the corner, never even looked up.
Like I said, Ben is a really smart guy. He knows what he's doing on a lot of things, so it does not surprise me. So here we go. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Say on the top side. Hudson on the bottom. Down in the 3 and 4 they go. Hudson slides up in front of Say. Say fires one back off into 1 and 2. Hudson crosses him over down the back straightaway. Hudson to the inside. Say crosses him over down into 3 and 4 they go. Side by side for the lead down in 1 and 2. Say fires a slider off into 1 and 2. Hudson crosses him back over. Here comes Dimmitt in the 7D. Dimmitt in the 7D takes second. Say falls back to third. Hudson out front of the 77. Dimmitt rolls the bottom. Say follows him down the front straightaway to 1 and 2. Hudson puts it to the fence in 3 and 4. Down the back straightaway, Hudson to the top. Dimmitt on the bottom again. Gira looking to the inside. Third spot down the front straightaway. They go into 1 and 2. side by side for the third spot. Wide flag in the air. Hudson leads them down into 1 and 2. Dimmitt on the bottom. Hudson makes a mistake. Here comes Dimmitt looking to the inside. Around the top side. Hudson takes another win. Jaser Hudson, back-to-back heat race wins. I can already tell you who's starting up front tomorrow.
I pretty much. I tell you what, that 7D car was being a little sneaky right there. While they're throwing haymakers at each other, he's just gradually getting up there. And all of a sudden, before either one of them knew it, there was a nose in there that they weren't ready for.
Oh, most definitely. When Say went to go to try to get the crossover, Dimmitt stuck his nose in there, and that caused Say to have to make a quick adjustment. That caused him to lose a lot of momentum. So that's how Say lost second. Dimmitt was keeping strong with Hudson there for a little bit, but Hudson just put it on the fence and did not look back.
Yeah, when you get two drivers throwing haymakers like that, slider after slider, crossover after crossover, they don't look for anybody else sneaking up there because they figure everybody's going to stay back and see who messes up. But yeah, I thought that was one of the best things I've seen in a long time, Dimmitt sticking that nose in there, getting it going.
Well, this is the last one of the night. We've made it to the end. Neil, this is the last heat race of the night before we come back tomorrow for the qualifiers.
It's going to be a blast. This whole thing has been a great race and environment the whole night. The track's been great. All of the heat races have been amazing. Everybody's trying to get to the front. Nobody wants in the back. The starts have been really close. Some of them you question, some of them you don't. But, everybody seems to be in great spirits. All the aggression has been taken out on the track. So,
absolutely. Well, your final starting lineup looks like this. It's going to be Andrew Neff on the pole to his outside. The 51 of Tyler Lee. Row 2 on the inside. I believe that is Haley Williams who are outside. In the 14, I believe that's Allier. Row 3 on the inside. It's going to be Piper in the 21C. And 2 is outside. The 41 of Hernandez. Lineup is good. Lights are out, and that is not going to get going. We'll rack them up and try it again. Neff, Lee, that is your front row. Lights go out. Neff leads them into 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4. Green flag in the air. Oh, and Neff loops it around in front of the field. Well, that's got to hurt.
well, your front row instantly goes to the back. Wonder how this is going to pan out.
Well, I know that 41 of Hernandez, he's got a very big gap to refill after that hot lap flip. He is doing his best to try to make up for lost time. Hernandez will restart 4th on this one. Out front, it is Williams and Allier. Green flag in the air. I don't know about that one. That one looked like the leader got a really good jump, but either way, we stay green. Williams leads the way. Piper all over the back bumper as they go down into 3 and 4. Hernandez sticks it on the fence and down into 3 and 4. Tyler Lee and Andrew Neff battling it out for the 4th spot. Oh, and Hernandez loops it around. But Neff drives away, but I don't know. It looked like there was a puff of smoke that came out of the back end of that 41. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see if it'll fire back off.
I'm not real sure how this lineup's going to get going again.
I don't know either.
The 2 and the 21C had an issue over in turns number 1 and 2 after the caution when everybody was over here. So every car on the track stopped under this caution.
At some point or another, it did, yeah. Oh, but look at that. Williams is parked in the infield. Your leader.
The only good thing about that, we get to talk about it. The scorer's got to clear it all up.
Exactly. Oh, but look, the 51 of Tyler Lee pulls it to the infield. I believe that was him and Neff's second caution to be involved in. So that's going to leave us with 3 cars. So I believe it's going to be Piper, Aryer, and Hernandez. Your 3 remaining. So it looks like Hernandez will actually go to the outside.
The best thing for all 3 of these drivers, they're passing everybody that's on the infield.
Oh, most definitely.
So those are free points right there is the way this is going to stack up.
Green flag back in the air. Piper leads them down into 1 and 2, but Hernandez drives around on the outside. I don't like it. That 41 is really smoking out the headers. Hernandez is pulling away, but it is really starting to pick up white smoke out the back end. Oh, and it gets sideways, and did it just let go?
Can you say Merry Christmas, Mr. Piper?
I don't know, but that thing, it's weird. That car just only got a little bit sideways, and when it did, it's like it stopped.
It's almost like the axle tried to lock up or it jumped out of gear on him or something.
I don't
Or it
know,
didn't
but
like that hump.
It is really smoking a lot out of the pipe, so there may be some mechanical issues going on with that 41 car that they don't even know about. And Hernandez is just going to take a stage left. And he is not happy.
Well, his night didn't start off good at all, and now it's just kind of going south. So he's going to have to fight back through a B feature to
That
get
is, if
back
he
to
doesn't
the A
get-
feature if he still has a motor left.
Not only that, but you got to think he just goosed it coming off the track. Remember what they said in the drivers' meeting about that?
They did say when you come off, do not speed through these pits. We have a ton of people down here. We've got to protect them, so that is a safety measure that the track crew has to obtain.
Well, the white flag is out for Piper in the 21C. Allier in the 14 will take second. And that will be the end of a very long night here at 81 Raceway. Goodness gracious, Neil, I gotta say, this day has been full of a lot of ups and a lot of downs.
But it's had nothing but excitement all night long. Sitting out here watching each race, everybody fighting for position, everybody trying to get them points. Now the best thing about it is we all get to run home, get some sleep, and come back out again tomorrow night.
Yes, sir, we do. We hope to see everybody tomorrow when we do our qualifiers and our main events tomorrow. I believe they will make a post on Facebook about what time we are going to start. So hopefully we will see everybody tomorrow.